What up? Sorry for the late start today, but we will jump right in. Effective potion interaction in the world. Okay. Yeah. Let me cover this. Right at the start here. I need to take a small break from potion combat and do something that's related to potion combat, but something that won't mess up other people's work. Because we're still trying to work on setting up a call to talk about specific steps we need to take and in which order. So, like doing like a proper planning for this. So in the meantime, I'm going to overhaul ingredients, which I need to do anyway, and that's something that really only something that I can do. So it's going to be maybe a little bit boring to watch, but the results should be pretty fun. But it's going to be a bit of work because I have to completely wipe all of the effects that we have on ingredients at the moment. I also, if I'm going to be doing that, I might as well just overhaul flavor too. That was on the docket to do, so I might as well just do that now. And then we'll have to fix up any references to old effects in the world and in NPCs, which is every single NPC story. Now, I think we can get away with it because, I was thinking, okay, we have Spoon's initial request, which is like a poison and paralysis poison, right? And those two effects will still exist. Then he wants a frenzy and invisibility. Again, those will exist still too. So there shouldn't be too much work on that front, but I might have to rewrite some of the extra potion effects that we did. And the good thing is I already have I know the logic of how I want to set that up when we have the system, so a little bit of refactoring of NPCs, but not too big of a deal. And honestly, necessary. So it is what it is. Let's jump into that. So I'm going to make a new branch. I want to push this to main. It doesn't have anything to do with the remaking inventory. I think what I should do is push this to main first, then pull off a new branch. So let me do that. Merge, let's change that to main. New potion inventory and reworked interactions. And then, hold on, oops, not what I wanted to do. Create a new branch, and this will be ingredient overhaul. Effects and flavor. And this will take us a good bit of time, but the beauty is once we're done with this, we'll have all the proper effects in game so that the combat designer can just kind of get the ball rolling. It doesn't need to wait on me for anything. And then we'll have the new flavor and system in the game too so that we can overhaul the scoring of potions based on that. I don't yet know what that's going to look like, so we can talk about that and plan it as we are developing the new potion effects. Because all I know is we want to do a radar graph. I don't know how many points on the radar graph we want. Probably no more than 6 to 8. Because any more than that, it's just going to be overly complex for this type of game. Even 5. I'd be happy with like some, nice looking number like 5. 3 was too little. 5 might be a good goal. We can still do sweetness, bitterness, sourness, but maybe we want like earthiness or, something else. Plantiness. I don't know. We'll figure it out. All right, we're on the right branch. Yeah, I don't really know what it should look like. I mean, there's always like savoriness. Like we have to remember we will have like meat in the game that you can cook and throw into the potions. So there might be, some meatiness, some savoriness. The good thing is, we kind of did it where we were thinking of like opposites, like the opposite of sweet was sour or something, or bitter was sweet. We don't have to think about that anymore. Now it'll just be the amounts, which I think will be a lot more comprehensible and understandable. Why am I actually opening up Unreal for ingredient overhaul? I don't think I need to have Unreal open today to do this. I need the branch. But today is all going to be Excel work. Oh well. I'll close it. Branch is made. Instead, today will be spreadsheet day. We like spreadsheet day. All of these. Poof. Not all of them, but some of them. The thing is, it's like fear and frenzy. Those are going to stay. Luck, paralysis. But I might as well just redo it all. To be honest, I wasn't really happy with the way that modifying ingredients had an effect on potions, and maybe that's... I don't know, let me pull up that document. Maybe we can rework it. I don't see it. Ingredient state notes. Actually, we could go over the design goals of these again. On table? I don't know what that meant. Yeah, these are what we need to go over these again. And we need to go over these again. And see if they're still relevant or if I disagree with some of the old goals that we had. Semi-predictability. When changing between states of an ingredient, the player should have some idea of what is going to happen if they do it. I agree. I still agree with that. I still think that it's good to know that, hey, if I'm going to ferment this, it's going to increase the negative effects of the ingredient. And sometimes it's a good thing, right? If you're making poisons, that's a good thing. If you're trying to make a health potion, probably not the greatest thing. Believability. State changes need to be logical. Mixed feelings on that. It's a fantasy world. We could do, this is more about which state changes we want. I don't think I'm going to overhaul which state changes we have. I think cutting, grinding, fermenting, drying, cooking, distillation, those are all fine. It's more of what happens when you do them. Variety, quick form, state changes are permanent. Yeah, that's fine. And that's where these come into question. Increased potency of mana affects positive and negative. Will often remove certain effects. Grinding increases potency of healing. Fermenting increases potency of poisons. This is very limiting. I think it's limiting, and this won't include the new effects that we want. Let me grab the new effects again. Wherever they are. Where did I put them? Not here. Here they are. I'm gonna copy I'm gonna copy all this. Grab it all. We will rework it as necessary. So these are my thoughts when I was designing these effects here, and we'll go over them. If we try to be over-encompassing, combat could become too complex, right? Because these effects can be used in combat. Obviously, there are tons of effects for potions we can put on here. But it waters down the pool of useful effects, especially ones that are like kind of like jokey or whatever. At a certain point, it just becomes untenable to manage, both for potion combat and for giving to NPCs. But if we don't have enough effects, it will be hard to have enough variety with ingredients. And I do worry about that a little bit. This is, how many is this? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 22. Although, let's say for the sake of normalcy, we have around 20 at the moment. This is 23 effects. Now, admittedly, some of them are overlapping a little bit. Like, restore health, regenerate health, right? Or damage stamina, and then damage stamina regen. Like, who the fuck gives a fuck? So there are some duplicates, so I mean, maybe we have about 15 actual effects here. So this is not a significant increase. And I worry that we might need a bit more, especially maybe like damaging, or maybe ones that we can use in environmental puzzles. As if we think about it, you know, what are the ones that we could use in environmental puzzles? Things to destroy or modify, ways to interact with the world. What effects actually do that? I don't know. Maybe the lightness can allow you to move a bit better. The blasting, immolation, poison, like, of course. It's about it. So, you know, maybe there's some other ones we can throw in here. And we should do that today before we finalize this list. Not all effects need to have an effect on the player, but most should. That's right. So there might be some things that you can't really get diseased in the game. At least I don't really want the player to get diseased. But you might have NPCs that require this because they're getting, you know, they have some stories that involve disease. So you drinking this won't have any negative effect, but it won't do anything for you either. And I'm okay with that, but it needs to be minimal. I don't want there to be a significant number of effects that don't do something to you if you drink it. Because then it just feels like, well, you know, I made this potion, it has these good effects, but they don't do anything for me. Effects almost always have multiple tiers that should increase the strength of effects. Yes, of course, and we don't have the tiers here. That's something we'll have to figure out today too. I'd like to avoid a ton of effect combinations to keep things a bit simpler. So that was a, you know, we were looking at games like Genshin. It's like, oh, you can combine all these different effects and whatnot, and I think that's okay for a game that's centered around combat. Our game is not. I don't think we need that. And it also makes it a bit more difficult with potion making because, you know, let's say you had some, you know, elemental stuff, right? You had like fire, you had water and air and nature, right? Like something like Genshin where you have, if you combine two of these, you get certain effects. Well, on our potions, it would not be very difficult to get all four of these, and it's like, how do we combine that? You know, then do we have to make some mystical fourth effect that is a combination of all of those? I don't know. I'd like to avoid that too. Restore health, stamina, mana. We do know now that this is going to be called essence instead. It's mana, but mana under a different name for a different reason, for lore reasons. You know, I can see a lot of use in the world for invisibility and fortify. And I think we have some statuses down here and what they'll do. So for instance, drinking fortified potion gives you a fortification status, which provides a magical shield to the receiver's health. And certain things do bypass that magical shield. Other things are effective against it. Like burning is effective against the magical field. Poisoned bypasses it completely. I would like to see one more. Like we have chilled and frozen. I mean, maybe we do need like a freezing effect. You know, because I was thinking, okay, well, you have water, you know, characters can get wet, right? We have a wet status. So if a character like walks into water at a certain depth, or if it's raining, you know, a character or creatures in the world get wet. Well, then if it's, you know, winter out or there's a blizzard or something, you know, that provides the chilled in status. And, you know, being wet puts out burning, but it's easier to cause the frozen. I think a freezing effect would be nice for the player to be able to use and create. I don't know what to call it, though. We don't really have to care about the names at the moment. We can always change those in the strings. This is more like, what do we want to call it behind the scenes? I think we'll call it chill. I don't know, if one of you guys has a better name for it, throw it out there, and I'll see how I feel about it. Visibility, fortify. You know, I also need to think of, okay, what might NPCs want? What might be nice for them that we could then use ourselves? Resist magic. Resist magic is very basic, you know. I need to think of... And maybe we can use ChatGPT to kind of give us a bit of a thought boost here. I'm thinking, okay, adventurers come to you, they want to go on adventures, they want to fight, I don't know, dragons or whatnot. It's like, what would you take in that case? They want to fight skeleton, like, you know, necromancer. Maybe there's undead. We've talked about that before, and it's like, do we want a resist undead effect? Do we want to go down the route of... What's the word for it? Like nuanced resistances to things. I'm leaning against it. Because it dilutes. You know, it's like, okay, well, we have demons, we have, you know, in our game, we have undead, we have, I don't know, the Fae. And now it's like, okay, we have to have resistances to all these things. So now 25% of the possible effects that you can find on ingredients are resistance based. Kind of boring. Water breathing is fine. You know, that's for the player as well. They can breathe underwater for longer. that's great, you know, and there might be some uses for that in NPCs. Aether light, like a mage light. I think we mentioned here that emitting, yeah. So if you drink it yourself, you will emit light. And you can also throw the potion and it will create a light at the place that you throw it at, right? And again, all of these effects need to have something that happens when you drink it and when it hits a surface or an enemy. Like what happens if you hit an enemy with Aether Light effect? Well, now the light is going to be attached to that enemy. When it hits a surface, it's going to be attached to that surface. When you drink it, you will be emitting light. Same thing with strength boost. You know, when it hits the ground, maybe it creates a pool for a short period of time where anything that walks into it gets a strength boost. When it hits an enemy, of course, the enemy gets a strength boost, right? So all these things need to have that effect. I also think restoring will be instant for all these things, by the way. So while we have different tiers of restore health, stamina, and essence, they will just increase the amount, but they will all be instant. And you know what, we're gonna have to we're gonna put this in the game design document today, I think. Before we even delete effects here, we need to finalize this list. I need to go into the GDD. I need to put all this in there and write what happens in each of these cases. At least to have something written down to start with. Let me pull up the GDD then. GDD. Game design document. There should be there is an effect section already, effect examples. There we go. Impact on character, world, creatures, enemies. I will get low level here with this. Corrupted effects, we'll get to that. We're going to have corruption as a separate effect. And that can be found on corrupted ingredients. But that's a whole separate thing. We're not going to worry about that for now. Let's see. Strength boost and night vision. I think those are okay. I don't know how we'll do night vision. We could increase the night brightness, because that can be altered at runtime. At least for testing, that'll work. Although there is a slider in the settings for nighttime brightness. We'll see. We'll see what we do with that. I'm not too sure how we want to handle night vision. I don't really want to do some like post-processing effect because I kind of worry about that. Maybe something like detecting life, like detecting animals. Although you could detect maybe like ingredients too. That could be kind of nice for detecting where ingredients are that may be, you know, hidden behind something, so you could find like secret caches easier. Detecting life. But detecting life makes it sound like I should detect all life. Would players be okay with it not doing that? Not showing you every tree and blade of grass, of course, but more showing you... Detecting. I could see a usefulness for like detecting the loot in some way. And that could include ingredients. Basically, just imagine like Witcher sense. But you get a potion of Witcher sense. Ooh. Alchemist sense. I mean, we don't have to name it that, but... Druid sense. Ooh, druid sense. That way we can like say, okay, creatures, monsters, and ingredients are all included in that. Hunter's sense. Druid, hunt. Ranger sense. There's something there. There's one of these words works well. Maybe a druid? My understanding of druid, and we'll just use like, let's see here. Let's see what a druid officially was. Priestly class in Celtic cultures. Legal authorities, adjudicators, lore keepers, medical professionals. Whole section on female druids. What about like D&D, right? Like what is it in like fantasy? What is a druid? Nature, balance. For the sake of somebody playing a fantasy game, I think that the fantasy representation of a druid is what they're going to grasp first. Yeah. What we could do too here, what we could do is... You know, we'll call it druid sense. I'm sure there's a better term for this. And I do want to kind of keep them lore friendly but easy to understand. You know, I was watching... as a good example of why I want to do that, I was watching... oh god, it's... Itonia... What was it? What was the game? What was the new Souls-like game? Hold on, careful. Oh god, it just came out. It's something with an E. They're really selling this poorly. Kind of feel bad for the developers. But I mean, if you make a Souls-like game, I'm sorry, but you have to compete with some really good Souls-like games. I can't have passed it. Wait, Inotria, I think was the name of it. Yes, Inotria, the last song. Let me see if I can pull up some interface in-game. Some screenshots of this. Better to show with example, right? Inotria skills. That one's not bad. I mean, there was cases of certain skills that were called like Italian names. It might not have been skills, but it might have been something else. And a lot of players mentioned that this was confusing for them. I'd have to find a specific screenshot, but I also felt that way when I tried the demo during Next Fest, and it's one thing to try and make the effects of something like our potion effects sound immersive in the world, and create some lower sounding cool thing that is based on some historical event or whatever, and that's great. Players like that when they understand it. The problem is that getting to that point of understanding is a challenge, and if your game throws way too many new things at the player all at once, you're gonna, especially for a casual to mid-core audience, you're gonna scare a lot of those people away. And so just having simple, just call it invisibility. Why do we need to make up some bullshit term for it when you go invisible? Essence I have a point of, and that's okay because the player does not use this. We can always, have a character that shows up that tells you about the lore of Essence, and so you can understand, oh, it's just mana. So I don't want to have too many that we name like Druid Sense, because then the player's like, okay, what does that mean? What does that do? Having a few like that is okay, though. It's got a truck going outside. Very loud. So Druid Sense will show... I'll just put it here. Shows... ingredients and creatures. I like that one. And then I think increases in tiers for that would increase. Another thing we have to define is what happens when you increase the tier of this effect. How does that change the way that the effect works? Because that will have to be implemented by coders to know, okay, well, this is supposed to increase the range of it, which means that now we need a radius for this effect. And that could also impact performance, for instance, if we have like a material that gets shown or some post-process effect, that radius does matter. For damaging effects, I like Concussive Blast, Immolation, Poison, and Chill. I think that's very simple to understand. Big Boom, Big Fire, Big Poison, Big Freeze. That's it. And those, the nice thing is those can then have effects with other things. So such like Concussive Blast on an enemy that is frozen can easily shatter it. Instant death. Weakness. Oh, I'm tired. I slept long too last night. I feel pretty awake. I don't know what it is. Weakness, Paralyze, Frenzy, Silence, and Fear. I like those. I think that a lot of these will have interesting uses for NPCs, even though they may not have a significant amount of use for the player. Although Paralyze is still a very good effect, right? Some of these will have to be more rare than others, or, something like that, right? Because Paralyze, if it's too easy to farm Paralyze ingredients, what are we doing? Paralyze might need to... We might need to say that if the player, or if the creature or player has a magical shield, that they can't get paralyzed. Maybe. Some of those effects won't take place. Similar to Divinity Original Sin 2. Although I wasn't a huge fan of how Divinity Original Sin 2 did that. I understand why they did that. Cure Disease and Cure Poison. Of course, Cure Poison has a use for the player, but Cure Disease doesn't. These are going to probably have some good uses in NPC quests. Yeah. Druids, sensors, and creatures. I wonder if we'll have traps in the game. You know, maybe there is one where showing traps could be kind of cool, similar to the danger sense. You know what? Looking at Terraria potions might give us some ideas too. Let's see. We don't have to rip them one for one, but there are definitely some ideas in here. Healing, mana we have. Archery, not really that important. Battle. I don't want to do anything like that. Calming potion. Calming. Calming could be cool. Pull some paint, we can draw some circles around it. Calming could be nice. We pretty much have Featherfall in the lightness effect. That's lightness in terms of like weight. Yeah, gender change potion, that'll please the masses. Endurance, fishing. We won't have like stamina for the player, or maybe we have resource stamina. Endurance. We'll think about that one. I do think fortify effects could be kind of interesting on the game. You know, fortify health, fortify stamina, fortify essence. At least I can see uses for that with the player. And I could see uses for it with NPCs. Like, hey, I'm going to go fight this boss type enemy, right? It's like, well, you know, restore health potions is great, but fortify is also nice. Fortify Jemama. True. What's up, Maddie? How you doing? Granted, we do have a fortify effect already. If we use the word fortify for fortify health, that could be a bit problematic. Suffering through Star Citizen's quirks? What's up with their quirks? Also, I'm very cold. We're going into hood mode. Fortify. We could use the word like boost. It's an MMO with a server that doesn't sync. Oh, I thought you were like talking about a quirk system and not it's kind of buggy. Oof. Well, you know, one day they'll finish the game, Marty. One day, when our children have children. And by that time, the design will be so outdated that it won't even be a good game anymore. I know some people will think it's a hot take, but at a certain point, Star Citizen stops becoming a game idea and more becomes a live service. I hate to, I don't even want to use the word, I don't think it's a scam. I just think that it is such a poor idea for developing a game. that it can never truly become a realized product. And I think if you give your money to that, you need to know that you're probably never going to have a finished, polished experience. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I just don't think that if it does happen, it's not going to happen anytime soon. And I'm not saying that if you spend your money on it that you're shitty or whatever. Just Star Citizen is a contentious topic. Do we want to do this? Boost stamina. I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, I can see NPC uses for this. Maybe there's a better word than fortify too. Thesaurus time. Fortify. What if I change fortify to bulwark? We change the fortified status to bulwarked. And then we can use fortify here. Because I think fortify is a good word to use. That's sunk cost fallacy, and most I spent on was $40, so who cares? I agree. Still playing, I am playing it, so I guess that says something that when I could instead be playing more complete games like the X series. True. This stage just totally scams Citizen though. How much money have they spent on it? Star Citizen. Cost. What was the most latest? 644 million as of 2023. It's only a scam to people who don't follow the game's development. I disagree. And I'll tell you why. In order to maintain, because you can't release a game like Star Citizen as a final finished product. And why is that? Because they're using the money they make to fund development right now. And if they just release it as a finished product, I don't think that they'll see a significant amount of return of the initial investment. And so you will essentially have spent 10 to 20 years, however long they spend, developing a game for cost. Okay, so it's gonna have to be a live service game, right? They're gonna have to have macro transactions with some of the ship costs that they have in the game right now. Can they sustain themselves and continue to make a game off of that many whales? I don't think so. I mean, it's a 1.1 thousand person company at this point. That's That's ridiculously large. The amount of money you'd have to make to sustain development would be wild. And so it's going to be a game that I think is like, it's going to come out, it's going to see some initial interest, and then in order to sustain development further, the prices they're going to have to charge people are going to be absurd. Absurd. Because most people that own the game own it now, but they're not funding future development of like post-release content. They're funding current development. So the people that they get, so when they finally release the game, most of the people who want to have purchased it and try it probably have already done so, or at least a significant number of those have already done so. So they can't rely on those people to continue the development of the game. I just don't see it. Too expensive to develop. I think so. I think that that is a great way to put it. It is too expensive to develop. And so it's going to be caught, it's going to have to do the exact same thing throughout its whole life, which is prey on whales who eventually think that something is going to come from it. And the moment that realization starts to kick in for these people that, hey, it's been another year where those promises aren't really being kept, I'm not going to keep spending my money on this, that it's probably just going to like fall apart. They're going to have to lay off people, in which case development isn't as fast as it was, and it's just going to spiral downwards. Feels like one of the Arma games, except with like 500 milliseconds lag between any action that requires a menu or a transfer of inventory. Jesus Christ. I think I'll make the prediction now. You guys can, clip it and ship it when it happens. I think that the development of Star Citizen will spiral down until they get worried and say, oh, well, the game is finished. And then what it is just like this half-baked epic. Like you can see what they had planned to do, but it's so half-baked at the point of release that it isn't actually anything. That it didn't compete with something that would have just been simpler and easier to develop. And there will be a big mismatch between different parts of the game, because some of them will have not received big iterations, some of them are newer, so they feel better, and it's this sprawling mess of things, some things that are good, some things that are really bad, and then the game is buggy and pretty much unfinished. I don't know. That's my prediction. I don't actually know what the game looks like nowadays. I think it's a beautiful set piece to impress people who don't see the long-term challenges of developing a game of this scale. I don't know if I'm right or wrong on that. That's just my feelings. Oh, work. Game is playable, definitely has something going for it right now, but for God's sake, let me play it offline and sync my progress later. That's an idea. I mean, but do you think that will get any better when there are more people playing? Is that more of an issue with how it handles that information and those actions, and that problem doesn't scale? Or is it a problem where if there were twice as many people on that server right now, that issue would be exacerbated? I mean, does that issue persist in combat too? So do you have massive lag spikes in combat? Because Well, that's a core part of the game. That's a core part of what's going to draw people into the game. If they can't perform combat with minimal latency, they're not going to play that game. They're not going to play it, no matter how good it is. My socks are creeping down into my shoes. Alright. Visibility, bulwark. Let's see. What else do we have here? Calming. Endurance is kind of covered. These are taken care of. Gender change, flipper. I mean, we have water breathing. I don't think we need to have anything that makes you swim faster in water. But we could see. Fishing potion. Maybe. Do maybe in blue. Featherfall we have, so I'll just cross it out. Endurance we kind of have. Danger sense we have. Builder battle. Skills we have. Fuck no, they have a server meshing thing going right now where if any desyncs or disconnects happen, you wait 4 to 7 minutes and jump into another server seamlessly. It's a bandage for the larger issue. Oh. So like they keep adding features. So let me ask this. From what you're saying and from what I'm understanding, they keep adding features to this game that if it worked any better, it would be great. But they don't seem to address the underlying issues with the networking and desync and lag. And so any features that require good latency to handle are going to be way, way worse when more people jump in. And they don't seem to be addressing that because that doesn't make them money. Adding in new ships and selling to the whales does. Is that an accurate understanding of the current development? Seems to be the issue at the moment. Fuck, dude. Oh, fuck, it's... As I said, it's gonna spiral down until it crashes because not addressing these problems will hurt them long term. But short term, they need the money. Got a band-aid for the band-aid coming in 4.0 though, they promised. Oh boy. Gravitation, heart reach, hunter. Inferno. Visibility we have, iron skin we kind of have. Luck we have. Love potion. Love potion do... I kind of want a love effect. I just don't know how we would work that into NPC stories. But I mean, you think potion making, and if we have like a primarily female audience, I don't know. I do not know. I don't know how he would handle that. Like, you know, what happens if you throw it at a creature? Okay, maybe they fight for you for a little while. Okay, understandable. What happens if you drink it as a player? What happens if an NPC drinks it? That's where the love potion starts to get a little bit challenging. And I kind of prefer Harry Potter's approach in this situation where no potion can create love. At most, you can create a strong sense of attraction and infatuation that wears off. You know, so it's a temporary measure that you would need to keep up by feeding that person more potions. That's more interesting from an ethical perspective anyway. Sonar Spelunker, we kind of have. Shine, we kind of have. Return Potion, yes. There is something like this that we want, although I haven't defined it. But it would be a potion that would teleport you back to your hut. That you would be able to drink yourself. Regeneration. Oh, I mean that's recall, but I'll just put that there. It's fine. But whatever. Rage, meh. Fittings can we kind of have. Night Owl we kind of have. Mining not important to our game. Magic regen. Or we have Wrath, Wormhole, Water Walking. I don't know if that could benefit us significantly. I don't really see a lot of uses for that. Warmth. Warmth could be kind of interesting for the winter. Like, of course, burning cancels out chilled and frozen, but you don't really want to set yourself on fire in the winter. But a warming potion could be kind of cool. You know, it may not have a lot of uses for throwing at enemies, but it has a lot of uses for drinking yourself, and I could see a lot of uses for it for NPCs. So yeah, I think that would be pretty cool. Titan Thorns. Maybe? Random teleportation potions. I'm going to opt and not do random teleportation potions in Cauldron Chronicles. We could do it. I just don't think I want to do it. Although it does sound really fucking interesting. I mean, think for like speed runs. How would we even do that though? I mean, no. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess I could see it being potentially interesting to be able to randomly teleport. I just don't know how I feel about it. Swiftness, movement speed boost. Maybe. Summoning stink potion. Stinky potion. I don't know. None of this really matters. Okay, so we have a few ideas that we can pull from Terraria. Lovely little game. I'll opt out of the stink potion for now. It's easier to, it'll be easier to add things, especially because we will be doing one more full effect overhaul when making the full game, when making the vertical slice. Like, I'm gonna have to do all this again. This is just for prototype. And if we can showcase some of the variety that we want with the prototype, then we can start to, you know, iterate on that again. So let's see here. Calm. Let's say recall. And we'll do warmth. Fishing log. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about those. I don't know about the other ones. Even recall, you know, it's the whole aspect of I want the player to be able to teleport back to the hut and to the what am I thinking? The altars around the world. Oops, that's the wrong button. And this was the example I gave. So the player has their alchemy hut. You can see biomes here outlined by blue. And in each biome, there's an altar. And so the player can teleport from these altars to one of the other ones that they've discovered. Using, I see like a potion, but we could also just do with like an ingredient. Or something, maybe just placing your hand on it. So it doesn't have to be a potion, but I thought the potions could be kind of cool. Then again, I don't know how to feel about that. So it doesn't have to be a potion. And I think inserting a potion or a teleportation like effect into the game opens up a lot of issues, like technologically. Maybe we won't do that. Maybe we won't do any like teleportation effect. We'll find another way to handle the teleportation other than like a potion. Which sounds annoying because you'd have to make a whole bunch of those, right? Maybe we just allow the player to do it. That once they've discovered that altar, they can teleport to that altar now. No, I remember the reason I wanted a potion that allowed you to teleport back to your hut was for when NPCs arrive. I remember now. But that only really matters if the player can get far enough away from an altar that is going to be a problem. There's a different way we could handle this. Okay, here's an idea. Here's an idea that just ran through my mind. Okay, so what if it is a potion, but what if it's not a potion that you can brew? What if it's some special magical potion that your parent, or whatever, that's part of the story, leaves you in the hut? And it's constantly being distilled. It's this, I don't know, this magical stone or whatever plant that, um, only one grows a year or so. I don't know. It's rare enough that you can't. That this doesn't really grow around where you live. You can't find it. You can't gather it. And over time, it fills up these potions to recall you, and you can just go back to your hut and grab them whenever you like. Like maybe there's only 3 that can be brewed at a time, and so if you need more, you just go back to the hut. You grab whatever has been brewed, and you can then go out exploring. And in that way, we can kind of limit the player from being able to do it too much, but that the player never needs to worry about having to brew these potions themselves. They're just there. And you can go collect them. Like, I don't know, one gets brewed every, not in-game, but real-time 30 minutes or something, or one hour. See, you'll never run out. Permanently, you'll never have to worry about making your own. You'll never have to. This won't be an ingredient that you can then, with an effect that you have to put into a potion, which can cause problems. Maybe that's a good solution or a good compromise. What if potions can do it? What if the only way is through? Okay, maybe this is dumb, but I was just thinking, okay, how do other games handle teleportation? There's scrolls of teleportation, right? It's a magical spell. I don't know. I don't know yet. I mean, some of these ideas sound better than others. I like the idea of us using potions in that way. But it needs to be relatively... It needs to be casual friendly. It can't be too punishing. If the player dies, for instance, over and over, and we, I don't know, teleport them back to the hut. If they faint, right? How do we want to handle it that way? Having it be an ingredient could be relatively dangerous just because, what if the player runs out? Then it feels like they're being punished for not gathering enough ingredients, and I guess that's okay in some regards, but it also can be frustrating, especially with something that is so crucial to the exploration of the world. What if it's winter and they can't gather an ingredient that has teleport easily? Finding an alternate way to handle something that important probably is the better move from a game design standpoint. I'll write it down. Teleportation potion maybe shouldn't be an effect on ingredients, but rather be a permanent fixture in the hut that gradually gives you those potions over time. They cannot be thrown or used for NPCs and can only be used by you for purposes of transportation between huts and altars. But I want that to be a one-time only thing, so, or not a one-time, but a one-trick pony in this case, where this should be the only exception to the rule if we want to do it this way. We shouldn't have other potions that work like this. This should be more of a... This is like this rare ingredient. I sourced, you know, my parents sourced this from something rare. This cannot be used for anything else. It cannot even be broken out of the glass. It was magically concealed within there or something. And this is how this enables us to operate within the wilds with efficiency. So it's like a once in the world or whatever kind of a unique ingredient that provides these vapors that get distilled down into a tiny little potion vial that, I don't know. There are ways we can explain it that I think would make sense. Okay, we added warmth, calm, so we will need some statuses for like warmed. Cancels out chilled. Provides protection against chilled. Frozen will cancel out warmed and burning. These may not be exhaustive, by the way. There may be some things that we're missing here or would want to do, but this is just a good first step. And then after playtesting, we can say, oh, you know, this status should probably have an effect with this other status. And then calmed. Cancels out afraid. And frenzied. Reduces aggression radius of enemies. And temporarily removes aggression. I don't know, sounds okay to me. Warmed, cancel, chill, frozen. I don't think I'll make warm to make it easier to cause burning. We could though. Similar like wet, right? Easier to cause frozen. Maybe being warmed would be easier to cause burning. Yeah, fuck it, let's do it. you know, drink a potion to survive against the blizzard, stand too close to fire, catch fire. That sounds enjoyable. We'll figure out if that's something that we want to keep or not. I could see some issues with that. Teleport potion notes. Oh, I was trying something. Maybe you guys would be interested in this, but I was trying something yesterday called Chat with RTX, which is more interesting than it sounds. It allows you to have a personalized AI chatbot based on Mistral that can read data sets. So you don't have to train your own AI. It uses a folder path and can read PDFs, docx, and text files. So you could, for instance, have all of your... You could, I don't know, be writing a book and have all of your chapters in there. You could be working in game design and development. You could have all your design documents in a folder, and then you can ask it questions about that, and it will return to you information of that and which files it's referencing. And it works pretty well. It's not perfect, but it's a really good step to a simple way to interact with your own data. And I was trying it with like our GDD last night for Cauldron Chronicles, and it was pretty good. And it could even tell you which sections define certain things, which was nice. I might try it with something else today, because I actually have some older design documents that I could feed to it, and I could ask it a lot of questions about that. But it's free if you have an RTX card. If you have like a, I think 3060 or better. I think 3060 has those cores. You can then, or I think all the 30 cards can handle it. You can download it and you can try it yourself. Okay, how many is this? This is 6, 8, 10, 5, 20, 25, 28. I counted correctly. A lot of statuses, a lot of status effects. But I think it would be either difficult or, well, it wouldn't be that difficult to put all these effects on one enemy, would it? A lot of them do cancel out other effects, though. It's a good start. Tis a good start. I just opened up Spotify and accident. Don't do that. Oh shit, didn't mean to do that either. Let's make a backup of this page. Name condensed effect here already exists. Click yes to use that version of the name. Click no to rename the version. It's fine. Ingredients backup. Those should be okay. This will need to get rewritten. Actually, I think we pulled a list of effects from that list. So once we delete this, we'll have to... Oh god, this sucks. This sucks to do, but I have to do it. Just a lot of work. It's really mentally draining to have to creatively think what should be on lavender. Then we have to go through occurrences and see, oh, how many times? Oh, this happens too many times. Let's refactor an ingredient. How many tiers should this effect have? I don't fucking know. It's balancing, right? And balancing is very time consuming. Name ID. Let's delete it. Equals if B16 is greater than 0. Return B16, else no. The occurrences should be okay. Yeah, that should be okay. Effect type doesn't really matter right now. I'll just delete these. I may bring that back. We will see. For now, let's get the effects in here that we want. Shit. I was worried about that. Yeah, I have to manually go in and write the... God damn it. I have to change this to 5. It's annoying. 6. Do 29. $30. I think at least here I could do a find and replace. So I can copy this over to here, but then just do a find and replace for the different table. 36. 37. 38. Alright, this we can drag. Or not. Okay, I can this up. Yeah, and that's draggable. Okay. This should be draggable. This I can just copy and paste. And replace condensed effect tiers with proto map. Should work. Hey, Duncan's staring in Dark Emperor mode already. Yeah, it's kind of cold out today. But if I close my windows, it's gonna get really warm in here because I have two computers running. And then I'll have to open them up again, which will then make me cold. I don't know. It's warming up, right? It's only like 11 a.m., so I just gotta suffer through it for a little while. That time of year. You guys have AC there? I do not have AC. This is my office. We have AC at home. Thank God. We do not. I do not have AC in my office. Why is that working that way? Oh, I see the issue. Hold on. Figured office was at home. No, I have to rent a separate office space. Unfortunately, we do not have a very large apartment, and I get very easily distracted at home. And then my presence causes issues for my fiance because she's got to work. She doesn't want to be a bother to me, but if she makes sounds like preparing something to the kitchen, that fucks with me. You have a dope stream setup at home too? No. I have a shitty camera and no green screen. I can stream from home, but it's gonna be like really low quality. Well, my microphone at home is good. I have a better PC at home. But no green screen, no second streaming PC, no capture card. When I was first creating Microraptor games, we did try to work from home, or at least I tried to work from home, and it didn't work. I was not getting enough done, not making enough progress, and I couldn't stream from home. We're coming there to own flats or rent there or own homes. It's more common to own or rent a flat. Homes are less common. And I don't know if you're in the US or not, but our apartment is about let's say about 350 to 400 square feet. Oh yeah, you're in Ohio. I think we talked about that before. So it's very small. It's a very small apartment. We have the bedroom and then a shared living room with a kitchen space. Texas native? No, I'm from Wisconsin. You're not the only person who thought that I come from Texas. What is it about me that screams Texan? Not that I find that insulting. Yeah, I love Texas. I'm just curious if there's something about me. Do. Okay, let's put these in. E, restore health. E, fortify health. Restore stamina. American streamers that are in development like you are from Texas. Really? I wonder what it is about Texas. I mean, it's a great state for game dev. Better than living in California, that's for sure. Yeah, we need $10 million for our game, and $8 million of that is for state taxes. Thanks, California. Hey, California. I'm not a fan of it. It's a beautiful state. You know, it's got some of the best natural landmark and forests. Very, very beautiful. Outside of the cities. Wonderful people. Outside of the cities. Water breathing. Aether light. Lightness. Strength boost. Oh, they're basically broke as fuck. Yeah, they are. Like I've been to San Francisco 3 times. 2 times. Two times? 2 times. And both times I went, it's just sad. It's really sad. And both times no, the one time I went, no, I've been there 3 times. Am I crazy? Fuck, I can't remember. I don't remember anything about my life. I know at least one time that I went. I went with people who were from Poland, and some of them had been before and had been to other parts of the U.S. One of the guys I went with, he had never been to the U.S. before, and so his first experience was going to San Francisco. I don't know how you can tell somebody that this is a good representation of some aspects of America and also the worst representation of some aspects of America. You can't visit the US and have your first impression be probably one of the worst cities to ever visit. You get availability this work in the evening. Could you and your wife sit down to discuss the campaign over BC? She was interested but unsure. She would not. She was talking with me, and I don't think she would want to do that. She doesn't really have any experience. She's never played a game like that, and she is not very confident in front of people. So I don't think that it's gonna work for her. Here. Yeah. I wish we could assist, but it's not really in our wheelhouse. If it were like 5 to 10 years ago, I would definitely have the time, and I would be interested, but not anymore. Not with all the work stuff I have to do. Corruption. Is that all of them? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 26, 28, 29. I have missed these 4. Oopsies. Concussive blast, immolation, poison, chill, blast, and I can leave those there for further expansion. Guess we're planning to move to the US? Probably. We don't have the money to do it. We have to make sure the legality is there. Gotta make sure she can get her green card so she can start working. The laws are fucked if you want to move to the US and work and you don't have US citizenship. And one of us is going to need to have a job lined up so we know if we need to move someplace physically where we should move to. Because I prefer to work in an office. And if I'm doing my own business, I can work anywhere. But if I end up having to work for another company and I need to be there in person, which I prefer, that's where we're going to have to move. What is a country that the US has good standing with, I recall? It is, but still, in most cases, if you want to move to the US to work and you don't have a green card or citizenship, you have to wait at least 6 months before you can start. And most companies would prefer to just choose somebody that can start work immediately over somebody that they have to wait 6 months to employ. It's really fucked up. It's really fucked up, and I can't blame people for finding loopholes around it. And it's not any better in the EU. It's similar problems in the EU as well. That if you don't have EU citizenship, you're kind of just out of luck. Which is stupid. Okay, tiers. How many tiers of restore and fortify? I think I'm going to do 5 for restore, 3 for the fortifies. An advantage speaking Polish and being an English teacher. She does. She does have that. I don't know what she would want to do. That's her decision. All I know is that, I'm trying to make it so that if if I have to move back to the US and if I have to get a job working at someplace, I want to be the best candidate that is applying. So the better developer and designer I can become, better chances I have. It's a very difficult industry to compete in, and it's even worse in the US because all the best jobs and, you know, most money that you make, US game devs. EU is supposed to be open-minded for travel. It's all the same. If you are not a EU citizen and you're not married to an EU citizen, you have to go through a shit ton of paperwork to legally work and pay taxes. You think I could just sign something and say, yeah, I want to pay taxes, give me a tax ID, and then just let me work. Let me go find the job and work. I don't know why I have to, like in Poland, I have to get a resident permit based on a work permit that takes a lot of time to receive and changes if I get a different job or sign a different contract, even for the same company. So if they want to try me out, do a trial period, right, for 3 months, well, it can take up to 3 months or more to get a work permit, which legalizes my work there. And then in which case that work permit is now invalid because my trial period is over if they wanted to illegally hire me there and make me work there. And then that fucks my resident permit, which was based on the old work permit. So now I have to file a new resident permit. Is your company more profitable in Poland? My company is based in the US. I just work in Poland. My company is a Wisconsin company. Single member LLC. Invisibility. We could do 5 levels of invisibility or bulwark. Resist magic, sure, 5 levels. The more tiers we add to this, the more we can do with things. So I don't want to use fewer than 3 tiers, and I probably don't want to do more than 5. Aetherlight. Lightness, strength boost, night vision, druid sense, warmth, concussive blast. Weakness, paralyze, frenzy, silence, fear, calm. Cure poison and cure disease, I think, could have 3 tiers. Do an actuality company would be more easier to run, regardless if you move back or not. Moving wouldn't really change the complexity of running my company. In fact, I don't know. I know here in Poland, just because I'm working here and I know people here, I'd be hiring primarily Polish people to work on Cauldron Chronicles. And whether it's a good thing or not, they're cheaper to hire than it would be to hire people in the US. I'm certainly not going to pay them a small amount. In fact, I'm going to be paying them quite on the high end for a game dev company here in Poland. But they're still going to be cheaper than US developers. Just because of the cost of living. If I moved back to the US, though, I'd feel quite weird. Just because of the disparity. Like, I would have to make more than them. And that would, to me, feel weird, even if it made sense from a cost of living standpoint. Right now, I don't have to worry about that, though. I'm going to group these up. How many employees do you currently have? 0. We have 0 currently. Main stats. I guess those have to do with main stats. These are kind of like neutral utility spells. or effects, neutral, utility. These are damage. Non-neutral utility. Cures. Effect ID name. Okay, yeah, that works. I don't know if that will result in some blank space here, though, which it might. It does. Shite. Like I've said, we have no funding, so we don't have any employees. We'd be better hiring Polish workers because in Europe, when you work for a company and you pay them more, it offers more incentives. Because people are always looking to take advantage of guys with smaller businesses. I mean, most likely I would be hiring people. I have to talk to both Polish lawyers and US lawyers here to figure out how I can legally do it. I don't want to fuck my employees over, of course, but I'd probably have to hire them on contract, which is arguably for Polish workers the worst thing that you can do. But I can't have them as regular employees because they're not US citizens. And because it's not a Polish company, I can't hire them as Polish employees. So I think legally the only thing I can do is hire them as contract workers. But then I can also just make sure that they're being paid enough to afford insurance. And I can guarantee in contract certain things that aren't required, but that I would like to have, like, you know, sick days and holidays, other stipulations, and, you know, things like that. It would just be paid them more. I mean, I will pay them well. I can't pay them a US salary because it's hard enough to get funding for a game these days. And unfortunately, when I tell them, like, hey, you know, I'm in Poland, they're going to be like, okay, so we don't have to pay you as much then. It's like, God damn it. It sucks, but it's just that way. If I lived in the US and I went to US publishers and I asked them for money to fund our game, they would pay me assuming that I'm hiring people in the US. But because I'm in Poland, and I can't really hide that fact, and I don't want to lie about that fact, you know, I can't ask for as much. It's stupid, but that's the way it works. There we go. Get the attention of eccentric game developer. I need to get the attention of some good publishers. And the best way we can do that is to have a high quality game with a solid plan for how we're going to market and sell this thing. What was the reason that I had alchemy test map, prototype map in both? I think the thing was so that you didn't have... What was the reason I did that? It's so that when you add debug for all ingredients, we didn't add every ingredient to the game. We only added ones that were relevant to that map. But some of that's a little restrictive because if we want to reward, for instance, the snails, which we do, The player can't cheat in 99 of those in the prototype map. So maybe I'll just set it all to both. So that when you cheat in ingredients, you have all the ingredients available. Yeah, I'm going to do that. We've been in business. In business or in game dev? Alchemy test. Both? Business hasn't been around for very long. I think we incorporated, well, not incorporated because it's not a corporation, but we set up the business about a year ago? No. It was about a year and a half. I started streaming about a year ago. In fact, my 1 year stream anniversary should be coming up pretty soon here. But it's been around a year and a half that I think I've had the business. Or a little bit more than that. I've been in game dev for over 10 years. Oh, lavender. This then takes us back to what do we want to do for ingredient states? How do we want all these to affect the potion when you do it? Healing, poison, stamina, mana. We do have these like stat groups, or these effect groups, you know, like utility, debuffs, damaging effects. We could make it so that performing different state changes will modify that. Do old and then we'll do new and we'll make some new ideas for this. These should be in the GDD as well, to be honest. I still like the idea of cutting can remove certain effects, though it's very unpredictable. You know, it's not always going to remove the one you want. I'm thinking. Let me walk you through my thought process there while I spaced out for like 30 seconds. I like that changing the state of ingredients changes what those ingredients do. I like that. I don't like that it is uncontrollable. It would almost be more fun for me if these were maybe like a more in-depth mini game each, which we wanted, right? We wanted there to be a mini game. You have to put something on like a little grill to cook it, right? Or to grind it up in a mortar and pestle, and that can be just an easy little, click and drag the pestle into the mortar. And I was trying to think, okay, how can we make that? How can we give some control over that for the player, so that there is a kind of like a golden window that you want to reach, that if you don't grind something up for long enough, it doesn't reach the point that you want, and if you grind it for too long, it can mess up the ingredient. I was like, okay, well, all of these can have time as a factor. You could dry something, but you could dry it to the point where it's too dried. For your purposes, you can cut it up too much, you can grind it up too much, over ferment it, overcook it, over distill it. And maybe these do have some sort of reliable, predictable outcome, but that if you overdo it, it can start to degrade the quality of the finished result. And to me, that sounds interesting. It certainly brings about some additional issues. I don't know. Well, let's use cut as a good example. You have an ingredient. Let's find one that's in the GDD here. Where is an ingredient? Commissions, ingredients, overview. Let's use Bloodleaf as an example here. And we have Fortify Health, Regen Health 1, Paralysis 2. Now, when the player cuts that, what did we have happened? Bloodleaf, normal. Okay, that one can't be cut, so let's use Barrel Cactus as an example here. When you cut it, it removes regenerate stamina. Why? Well, that's because that's what I had it do. But maybe you want to remove the frenzy. Maybe you want to have a Bloodleaf with Fortify, Block, and Regenerate Stamina. How could we control that? And we could say, well, maybe it depends on how you cut it. So during the minigame, if you cut it in a specific spot or a certain direction, that's going to remove one effect, and in a different direction it removes a different effect. Yeah, it sounds cool. And so maybe we can kind of double down on making these minigames have some skill to it, right? Some skill to it that isn't overly complex or punishing. We were playing Kingdom Come recently, and I think Kingdom Come is a good example of good idea, poor execution, where it can almost feel a little too punishing and tedious to make potions, especially when you have to make a lot of potions. For us, mini games that are quick are probably better, and we need to probably handle them in an individual way. But generally speaking, I like the idea that cutting ingredients in certain directions can specify which effects are removed. I do like that. Hard to prototype though. The most important thing to have right now is the new effects, because that will enable us to work with the new combat system. And maybe we save for vertical slice the more, well, I'd like to prototype it, because I think it could be really annoying from a development point of view. But the players will prefer it. How do we convey that? This is your glimpse into a game designer's mind, by the way. Is imagining gameplay before it's ever even prototyped. And I could see the player, you know, if we think like, okay, we have to, the longer you grind up an ingredient, like a mushroom or something, let's say it improves the healing effect or something, and slowly diminishes the other effects on there. Where do we draw the line of when that stops? Is there a point? Can you just keep grinding until you've maximized an effect? Or keep cutting until you've removed all the effects? It seems a little bit too easy to control if we don't put some barrier to that. And that barrier was, I mean, previously the barrier was, well, I specify as the designer which effects I want to be on an ingredient after you process it, and what tiers those effects are. And then we also put a barrier in place where you cannot process an ingredient more than once. For obvious reasons, that is to prevent us from having this nearly unlimited, infinite amount of processing that you could do that would just make it horrible to balance. It would make it way too easy to game the system, right? Get your network gaming. Won't be fully active today. Need full PC power, no worries. We like our lurkers. I just don't like this. I mean, I guess the question to ask here is, do we want the player to be able to mess up processing an ingredient? Because there is a punishment system here, right? And when you have a valuable ingredient, you know, if you mess up the processing, that sucks. That sucks. What are you trying to do? I'm trying to take the old way of processing ingredients and how they change the ingredient effects and make it more interesting without sacrificing the more casual, generous nature of it. Freedom of exploration, yeah, but that's easy to say. That's easy to say. harder to balance, harder to make it feel good, and then much, much harder to convey to players. You still have to ask yourself, well, if the player can cut an ingredient as much as they want, and that's supposed to have some effect, how do you convey the right way to cut different ingredients? How do you tell the player in their encyclopedia how cutting an ingredient changed that ingredient? That's a much more challenging system, and a system that can easily become too hardcore for the audience that we'd like to have in this game. It's easy to make a sandbox. It's harder to make a sandbox that is more casual friendly. And you can take your time to explain what you mean. No rush. I fully expect that something like this will take me the full week, or at least half the week to do. And this is only the next iteration. We might need another. I think we will need another iteration. I want failure states, but I want them to be generous. But it just feels like if we can cut all these ingredients, logically there would be different ways to cut different ingredients. And that's a lot for the player to remember. And it's also something that I don't want it to be like Star Wars Outlaws, where seemingly every single time you interact with the system, we have to put a tutorial on the screen and say, hey, do you remember how to do this? Do you remember that for cutting this specific ingredient, you have to cut it this way? I don't know. That adds a lot of gameplay percentage to alchemy that I don't want to be in alchemy. That, you know, that would be better for a specific like alchemy shopkeeping game. What do you mean by failure states? I mean, like, think of like cooking. Can you overcook an ingredient? Can you burn it? And if so, what happens? Yeah, but cutting cookbook, again, you have to ask yourself, what does that do for gameplay percentages? How, if we make this a mini game, which I would like, and we have the player to be able to cut ingredients into different ways, it's unreasonable to expect the player to remember this, or potentially 100 or more ingredients. Which means they're going to have to look it up into the book, and if they have to look it up in the book, that is going to increase the amount of time that they spend at that station doing that thing. I mean, I'm not saying that burnt ingredients can't be useful. I'm saying if that can happen, how do we add failure? Do we want failure states on all the stations or just some of them? Then that becomes inconsistent. And inconsistency is dangerous for casual audiences. And how do we communicate when that's going to happen? There's a lot of ways we can make this more complex, but I don't know if more complexity is good here. One of the things that I always teach, a design principle that I always teach, is depth through simplicity. We need to find a way to keep this simple, but add a lot of depth to it, and the states were a way to do that. It's easy to change the state of the ingredient. It's simple to understand. Do I want failure states in the alchemy minigame? I'm not sure. There would be people for both, but it will, like you said, it completely changes the market. I don't know if I want failure. I think there are enough failure states in alchemy through. Let's not use the word failure state. Let's use the word errors. You might think that two ingredients can combine together well to make the potion you want, and it can give you the effect on the potion, but it also gives you a negative effect. You can remove one of the ingredients. That's an error. That wastes your time, or that spends your time on something that you need to fix. But it's not a point of no return. The point of no return is when you make that potion, and it uses those ingredients. And I think that that's good. That's friendly for the market that we want to have playing this game. That you can make errors, but you are not locked into those unless you choose to lock into them. We show right now what processing an ingredient will do. I think the moment we have effect discovery, so when you change the state of an ingredient, you won't know what effects are going to change into it immediately. That would be that unknown would be exacerbated by failure states, by overcooking it, and it will dramatically increase the amount of unknowns to your processing, to where it arguably I could see myself and other players saying, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what any of this stuff is going to do, so I don't want to do it because it's wasting an ingredient that I only have 3 of. And I don't like that. Any thought about the quality of your ingredients? Yes. Yes, we used to have quality. In fact, my first prototype had quality. But I didn't like that. Because now you take Azure Cascade Star, you have 6 different variants of it. Well, how many qualities do you want? 3? Well, now you have 18 variants of Azure Cascade Star. That's too much. That's too much for this. No. Casual market is not going to like that. And conveying to the player what happens when you change states and have different qualities, that's also going to be hurt by this. That's too much information. And there is a market for a game like that. It's not the market that we're trying to reach to. It's for spreadsheet warriors like me. I would like a game like that, but that's also for people who like Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld. And I don't think that's where our market's going to be for a game like this. Depth through simplicity. That's what's going to win us the day here. Depth through simplicity. But predictability when changing states is important for understanding. If you know that grinding something up is going to increase the potency of healing, it makes sense. You say, okay, can we grind this up to increase the healing effects? Yes, we can. Understandable, I get it. It doesn't need to be 100% predictable. Like, it may add another effect to it, but there needs to be some level of understanding so that you can use that as your strategy. Simplest way is that if the item can't be done this way, then trying to does nothing. What do you mean? You mean like we have it in the game now? Where you can't cut up a blood leaf, for instance, so you can put it in that. It just says like you can't do it. Yeah, so that it's like we have it like right now. You can't process everything into every subtype. Our character's a voice. I don't think our character will be voiced. Yeah, but that's less the issue, because we have that in the game right now, and we just say that you can't process that ingredient in that way, right? It's the issue of how do we properly convey and get some understanding in the player? How do we show the player that grinding this will increase the potency of healing, and have them remember that? And how does that make sense? It's kind of like, it doesn't have to be realistic, it just has to be believable within the world. And how can we make sure that every effect in this new list is affected by one of these processing methods? This was the old way, by the way. Trial and error. I think there will be some trial and error, of course. That's just part of discovery, right? Hey, what happens if I do this? Oh, that happened. Now that's committed to my encyclopedia. Now I understand. So we have to be generous, I think, with giving players ingredients, knowing that this is a casual game, that they will mess up, and that it shouldn't be like some Oregon Trail type of challenge here where they only have one of this ingredient, where this is the only way they can get the effect, and if they mess this up, they're going to mess up having the entire potion. No, it just means that they may have to find a different combination of ingredients to get that effect, right? Or if it's winter, well, you're going to have to try to see if there are some things that grow in winter, or your stockpiles of ingredients, you know. Yeah, but then how many variants will you get with just cutting? So now you have an ingredient that can be cut into, or an ingredient that can be processed in 6 different ways, that now cutting has 4 different ways, you know, left X, right X, up on the Y, down on the Y axis. Again, that starts to bloat extremely fast, which is difficult to relay to the player. It's difficult for the understanding of the player, and increases the amount of time spent at the alchemy table, which messes with the rest of the gameplay percentages. I want cutting to be I want all these to be some sort of little mini game, or at least some sort of animation. They don't have to be, but I kind of want them to be. Although that gets old. Like, if we don't do anything special, if they aren't mini games, if they're just animations will get really fucking annoying to watch all the fucking time. I don't want to watch myself cut an ingredient for that 1,000th time. I may not even want to cut the ingredient for the 1,000th time. If I'm expected to make potions to drink myself, to give to NPCs, and to use in combat, I'm going to be having to do some bullshit with these ingredients. But even then, you would think other games would automate this. But the problem with automation is now you've taken an immersive part of your game and you've automated it. So now the player doesn't get to enjoy that immersion. I don't know. I don't like automation. I think automation is a band-aid fix for replacing an immersive and interesting part of your game that had to be done too much and that you didn't think about it. Sure, it could, I guess, yeah, sure, it could be slow. But the thing is, you don't know if you need to automate something. You don't know if you're going to need 100 of a certain ingredient. I mean, that's quite kind of a lot, right? It's like if you're a specialist, you're making potions for specialized cases. And so arguably each potion you make is in some ways unique. Even if you have a recipe that you like to make for, I don't know, causing fire and weakening an enemy. And that's one that you like to make a lot. You're not going to want to have to go through those animations or mini games a lot. Where was my old design for ingredient state changing? Did I have that in the GDD? On table collecting. The processing occurs in the alchemy table's processing station and is usually done within a matter of a few seconds. The reason I did this, and I still like that original idea, is that I knew that players would have to process these constantly, and just like pickup animations, if you go overboard with this, it gets boring after a while. It's like, oh, cool, I picked that up, or cool, I processed that, or cool, I have to cut this thing. But you're gonna end up with potion craft. It's great for the first few hours, and then it gets really fucking tedious. And if you automate it, if you give the player a way to not have to do it, you might as well not have had included it in the first place. Because the reason you made it automated was because it's frustrating for the player to have to do all the time. Like, you're creating purposeful frustration that can be removed after a few hours. Well, okay, so now the first few hours of your game is just frustrating. Where's the fun in that? You know, being a miner in a drill, someone in the middle of the earth, I believe he had the same issue. I can't remember how he solved it. There's a lot of games. I mean, I play a lot of games like that. A lot of survival crafts have that. Automation games, like factory games, allow you to automate the frustrating or tedious parts of the game. But the thing is, they replace those with other things that are interesting. So you are automating the thing that is tedious to do because you have like too much in your factory to handle. But now you have a new part of the game to work with. Factorio was great at this, right? Factorio, you automate away the tedious things, but then you unlock something that is cool that replaces that. Although at a certain point, Factorio becomes that same thing, right? A lot of factory games become that because that's what they're intended to do. You are intended to automate away all of the manual labor. That's the reward. Just scope to limiter discovery process, that should be cool. The discovery should be cool. I mean, there's no doubt about that. That's what it is. It's not like, think about like exploration in a game, like Elden Ring. Exploring is an action. Discovery is a reward. It's a feeling. You can have a feeling of discovery. You can have a feeling of exploration. And if you take a game that is, what's a good example of a game that asks you to do a lot of exploration but doesn't have any discovery? There's a lot of ARPGs like this. There's a lot of looter shooters that are like this, where okay, you can explore this cavern with enemies. Starfield has it, yeah. Starfield's not the worst offender, but it is like that. It's you go into this corner, this nook and cranny. You think, oh my god, maybe there's something cool for me. There's nothing there. There's nothing useful. I mean, at least in Starfield, there are things that are useful. It's just not very interesting. Elden Ring is the best example of, I wonder if there's something around this ledge. And there is an item. Maybe it's not useful, but at least you know, because Elden Ring is so fucking good at it, that most of the places you wonder, is there something there? And there is. And that's discovery, right? That's the pull, that's the hook, and then the reward is that you were right, that there was something there, that there was something useful. And I think with the alchemy minigame, the reward comes from finding that interesting combination to make that unique potion. I think if we keep the player on the processing station for too long, it becomes tedious and unenjoyable, and there are too many combinations that result in too much unknown. Even if the even if we show a screenshot of the player cutting up an ingredient or cooking it, and it looks cool, and it gets us views, it gets us likes, it will not change the fact that doing that after 3 to 5 hours of gameplay will become really fucking annoying. And it's not worth it to me to have a cool GIF just to create some bullshit gameplay. Also, it might be easier to see once you know what ingredients the player would have instant access to. Upgrades. But what upgrades? What upgrades? Bigger pots for cooking more. I mean, that's for batch processing. Batch processing helps, yes. If you need to batch process. But how many cases can you think that you would need to batch process? Auto cutting. But again, how do you tell it that you need to auto cut something? And if you're replacing an action that is immersive but tedious, you are now removing immersion from the game just to also remove tedium. Whereas I would like to not have tedium but have the immersion. And in some ways, I would argue that just throwing the items in, let's think of them from a developer perspective as a box, but from a player perspective, the cooking station is a little grill. Throw it on there, a little animation plays, gets cooked, ends up back on table. That is still immersive for me without being tedious, because I'm not being asked to do anything. My mental requirement is to decide if cooking it is best for my potion. Do we need to add a physical requirement as well, where you move it, you drag it like a... Not fucking... Get out of here. Stuff it! Stop it, I don't want to open that. Let me grab... Yeah, but Chef Simulator is different. Chef Simulator is different. Our game is not an alchemy simulator, whereas that's the only thing you do, like with Potion Craft, right? We also have the open world. We also have this deep dialogue. You can have, in Chef Simulator, like 80% of your gameplay being about making the food, because that's what that game is. In our game, it's not 80% sitting at the alchemy table, and that's where the gameplay percentages come in. That's where I'm fucking confused here. Or not confused, but more just like challenged, which is good. It's good. Good. Challenge me as a designer. Where's a piece of meat? I need meat. Beautiful. Love it. Copy, paste. Where's a grill? Beautiful. Love it. Okay. Copy, paste. That did nothing. Where's my fucking grill? You bitch. There it is. Okay, so we have big old grill, right? Do we really want the player to be able to, like, have to drag it and it reaches, like, the right temperature? And I guess it's kind of cool, but after a certain point, is doing this... Is that really interesting? Like, the first few times, it's like, okay, just cook, just cook, just cook. I don't know. Playing a maximum 3-second animation is probably the better option. It would be cool at first. It absolutely would be. Seen Chef RPG. Where's Chef RPG? This is more of the idea. What do they do for the cooking? Maybe people that want to get it correct every time. I mean, I can I like as a designer, if we think of my game without any of the extra elements, if you were to say, how would you design a really good like alchemy system or cooking system? Forget the rest of the game. We're just like in a vacuum alchemy system. I would say, okay, the player can process ingredients, and based on how well they process it, we give the higher grade, and a higher grade ingredient has better stats, better effects. You know, like higher quality effects. You know, that's great, and the player can mess it up. So it's really like a game of like skill. It's a mini game of skill. In a vacuum, that sounds great, and it sounds like something I would love. But when I realized that you're going to have to make 100, 200 potions in the game, doing this, I don't know, doing this or, you know, slicing something, right, where you're like, okay, let's slice the ingredient. Okay, let's slice it here. Ooh, that resulted, okay, let me... You know, then slice maybe this section this way. Okay, that changes that. It's like, I don't know. After a couple hundred times, no. After 20 times, I would be like, okay, can I just... I know how to do it. This isn't really requiring. This is more like a mobile game at this point, where click and drag and then slice. Yeah, it's one of those games where it's like, I can see the reviews. Alchemy system is really cool, a lot of depth, but it gets really tedious really fast. Just like potion craft. Watch this, devlogs basically start with nothing. You can buy ingredients, but better ones are the ones you grow or hunt, and you can later pay stuff to cook. You can pay staff to cook for you. I mean, that kind of makes sense for that game. The best reason, once you master something, you can auto do it the way you wanted. I think if we have an animation, like even a quick animation, we could just have an option to skip it. Similar to, well, pretty much any cooking game where it has animations or something, you're allowed to skip it, so. Or like hold a button to fast forward through it. There are solutions here. I didn't really want to character model on the alchemy table. I prefer the alchemy table being in first person, even if we allow the player to play the game in first or third person. I understand that people might think they want something, especially like, oh, third person, so I can see my character grabbing stuff. You know how much fucking work that is? And I'm not saying that you are specifically asking for it, but I'm just ranting about, you know, some of this. I kind of prefer it. I prefer this in first person, like this, where I can directly manipulate. And I think that I like the fact that I can put this, like, let's just say that you put the ingredient on a grill and you press process or cook or whatever, and it just does like a little animation of it flipping over and becoming a bit darker color or something, and then drops it back here. Cooked. I think that's good enough to a point where I'm not unhappy with the amount of immersion, and even though it could be more immersive, the amount of time that it takes is way better for me to stomach long-term gameplay than the other alternatives. Very hard and people don't understand. Yeah. They really don't understand how challenging that is. Beer brewing DLC when I was going to have a cooking mini game that was similar to this, where it's like, well, actually this mini game is kind of similar to cooking. You grab the ingredients, you cut them up, cook them, and combine them in a stew, and I don't know. You can make food for the NPCs, but you know, like the scope of that just it didn't seem like it fit the game perfectly, and added too much scope. And it's like you're sitting at another processing station to make something instead of going out into the world where it's beautiful and there are things to discover. Just make survival more just buffs. Yeah, it would be buffs. It wouldn't be like you have to eat to survive, but more like, exactly, like increasing sprint distance. That was the original intention for it. But that NPCs might ask for food. But then it's like you're not an alchemist, you know, we're diluting the selling point of the game, which is that you are an alchemist. It's like, well, you're also a chef. But I was thinking like, okay, you know, NPC arrives like Spoon, right? And it's like, okay, Spoon, I will get you your potion, but I have to go collect some ingredients first. And my thought was, well, how do we handle that from a gameplay perspective? I think there are a lot of ways. I think you could also tell an NPC, like, hey, come back in a day or two and I'll have your potion ready. You know, that might be something that you could do. And so we spawn in a, you know, we allow the spawning system to delay that NPC coming to your hut again. My original solution, which was, you know, that additional scope was, oh, they'll just wait in like a little camp nearby your hut and you can go speak to them. And, you know, they'll camp over for the night. You can bring them some food. Sounds great on paper, but honestly, scope bloat. Scope bloat and core idea dilution, and we don't want that. And I think most players are willing to overlook things that might break immersion a little bit if it results in a better gameplay experience. You know, it's kind of funny that Spoon waits out here for his potion, but it's also better for the gameplay that he doesn't like leave after 2 hours of in-game time, because that would make sense. But it's like, well, yeah, but I need to go get your ingredients because I didn't know that you needed this potion. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to know? I needed to go collect some ingredients and do some trial and error. You know what the vertical slice map will look like? No. No. That'll be up to our whole design team, and it went in a hallway waiting room. Yeah, I mean, there will be like a proper hut. This is just a temporary measure, this little tower. So they could either wait there, or like you could tell them, hey, come back in a couple days if that's okay. I don't know. That's going to depend. What I don't want it to be is punishing for the player, where because they will not know what that NPC wants, we can't punish them by saying, well, you didn't have the ingredients to make this unique potion that you didn't know you needed. Now the person's going to leave. You know, we have to gamify the leeway with the player. Otherwise, it'll get frustrating very, very quickly. Maybe late game? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I think that there's some urgency. You know, you can write the stories any way you want, so I think, sure, there might be some urgency. And some, maybe the potions that are more urgent are more likely to be common effects that shouldn't be too hard to source. Or at the very least, they'll wait, you know, 30 minutes to an hour of in-game time, or of real time, for you to make that. But then in many cases you can just say, hey, can you come back in a few days? Well, best I can do is 1 day. Okay, well, I'll do my best. And because it's not a shopkeeping game, you're not going to be left with like 5 NPCs to make potions for. No, you're making a potion for 1 NPC. This is the only thing that you need to have in your mind. And then we still come back to how do we want these states to change effects? That is still the core question. Do we want to do it like the old way where we pick some certain type and performing that action changes that type? What does fulfilling NPC requests actually do? Can you reword that question? And if I'm thinking of it the way that you mean it, I'll start to pull up a graphic. If I can find it. Because I didn't name it. Was it this one? Hey, Nana Rasmus. Same deals before, can't hear, got a breakfast, but wanted to leave you a lurk. How you doing, man? Why should even NPCs have potions? So the NPCs, this is Spoon's rough dialogue. This is his first encounter that he asks you for that damage health poison and the paralysis poison as well. If you talk to him and learn that he wants that. These are the possible outcomes based on that. You can either tell Spoon to fuck off the moment you meet him. You can fail to give him the proper potions, and he'll end up dead. The proper encounter is giving him the damage health potion and the paralysis potion. This is if you don't give him the paralysis potion. This is if you get the bandit leader killed by putting damage health on the paralysis poison. And this is if you... What was this one? I kind of forget. And his encounters will end here. So it's much more of like an RPG where, based on your choices, different things can happen to the NPC. And pushes their story forward. And then based on how those NPCs end up, or if they're alive, that can affect other NPCs. So it's like, take the idea of a alchemy... Nice catch, by the way. Take the idea of like another alchemy game, like Potionomics, Potioncraft, whatever, but your choices actually have an effect on those NPCs. And then those NPCs can bring you rewards that maybe you can only find from those encounters, right? Maybe an adventurer goes into that cave of the undead and brings you back some cool trinkets and ingredients that are only findable there. And so because you help that person, you now have ingredients that are a bit more powerful or a bit more specific or niche that can then help you to make potions for other NPCs. They might give you information. In some cases, they might teach you things that you could only learn by helping them. Like for helping Spoon, you can learn of how to find spoon nuts in the wild. And that's the only way to learn how to find that ingredient in the real world. I don't know if that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. That makes sense. Exploring is part of the game that NPCs in the world should be able to ask for potions. Yes. Unless you mean something different, because that is pretty much what they do. Right now. Although you won't be able to explore all the things that they can explore. If I go to Desert Village, someone can request a potion of healing, for instance. Well, you cannot visit other villages and towns in Cauldron Chronicles. You are out in the wilderness. You are nowhere near other settlements. You have your lonesome old self and the forest and other biomes that surround you. So maybe like a beach, some lakes, uh, desert maybe if we put that close enough. Some open plains, caves and dungeons that are in your area, ruins, but no towns or villages. But that doesn't mean that you may not meet other NPCs out in the wilderness. But it won't be common. You know, I want to strike that emotion of isolation. Incredible. Posted FPS Humble Bundle link in your Discord. Nice. I'll check that out. Maybe there's some good stuff in there. So for our moods and emotions that we're trying to go for, isolation is one of the biggest ones. I want the player to feel a bit lonely out in the wilderness to where they can kind of relax. They can enjoy the nature, the sounds, the lack of other people, but that after a while, you will start to feel a bit lonely. You will start to wonder, like, what's going on? Like, the last NPC that showed up was talking about a war that was brewing. Maybe, maybe the next NPC can tell me more about that. You know, we can use NPCs as a way, because you don't have access to this source of news, to be your source of news about the rest of the world, the rest of the realms. Random dragon flies overhead. I mean, events like that, fuck yeah, that shit's cool. We're seeing a fire burning really far in the distance, right? Seeing black smoke rising. It's like, oh shit, what the fuck just happened? And you're like kind of thankful that you're removed from that, but that also, you know that there was a town to the north there that an NPC that you care about just went to. And it's like, shit, like, yeah, burning town. It's like, well, what happened to that NPC? Do not have owl post. So it's like, the NPCs are showing up are both a source of revenue and a source of socialization, but they're a source of news as well. Like, hey, dude, I saw a fire the other night. Do you know what happened? It's like, oh yeah, some bandits raided and burned down this village. It's like, do you know if anyone survived? Well, I don't know. It's like, well, shit, I knew a farmer who was really cool from that village, and he always came to me for some potions. NPC not wanting to talk? Why not? We can do it. Most of the ideas you have for NPCs, we can do. It's just going to be up to the writers. Like, do we want to do that? If an NPC has like PTSD and you push them to talk about it, maybe they just close up and they never come back to you. Maybe you have to nurse that relationship. So yeah, lost ability to talk and needs a restore potion to be able to talk. I don't know what kind of potion that would be. I mean, you might learn that you are the result of that a weird looking shady fellow comes in asking for a potion that can cause fire, and you make it for him, and then you realize that, hey, maybe I just made the potion that caused that village to burn down, which killed that farmer that I liked. Fuck. And we show that at the end of the game, that this is what happened to that village. This is what happened to that NPC. And you can compare that to what happened with other players. And there's that sense of community understanding, trying to get that perfect run. What I find about D&D's potions and enchantments are all just based on the spell system. Yeah. Truth Serum. The thing is with Truth Serum, and you have to ask yourself, Incredible, if the player is able to use potions in combat and drink potions themselves, how might these effects change other parts of the game, right? So we need effects that can be used in a variety of situations in a lot of cases. more of like sandboxy type of effects. Like, hey, if I throw a water breathing potion at an enemy and they follow me into the water, well, now they're going to be able to breathe underwater and attack me. Would it be truth serum that the player would need the opportunity to lie? You could lie and then it could fail if you have truth serum effect on. That's certainly interesting. That's if we want to do lying that is like based on skill or something, and I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to put it that way, because we're not really gonna have like a stat system where increasing your speech skill makes it more likely for you to lie, right? It's not really that kind of RPG game. Like then it's like, okay, you have a speech skill, but what about you have an alchemy skill? I'm not sure if I like the player giving you an alchemy skill. I think the alchemy skill is something that the player learns as they get better. That is your skill. At least like character, yeah. Yeah, I agree. That a player lie and NPC should lie. I think the player can lie and the NPCs can lie. I just think that rather than putting it behind a skill, we'll show you, like you as the player we will show when you are lying in some case, but that when the NPC lies, you will not be able to detect that unless you can use your wits to think, I don't know if I trust that answer, right? That it isn't a gamified system, more of a immersive speech simulation. You don't know if somebody's lying. That's up to you to determine. That's not up to the game to tell you NPC is probably lying here, 50% chance. Or you've detected that the NPC is lying. Like, that's not... I think it makes sense, and it works for some games, but it's like an investigation game where you go up to like a broken glass and your character leans down and says, I think the intruder broke into the window here. Let's bag this evidence and write it down as a possible point of entry. Well, why can't I make that determination myself? Why can't I see a window broken in and glass on the ground inside the house and say, well, the glass is on the inside, so it looks like the, in-depth line system going to be a task? I think in-depth, I think that if we just say, you need to make the judgment, if you're talking to a character that looks shady, and you're not trying to cause chaos in the world or hurt people, that you need to think about, maybe my best option here is to play it safe and not give the person this potion that they want. Because I don't trust them that they're going to use it for good purpose. And that it's not that you detect them lying, it's that you don't trust what they want to do with it. And I think putting systems in the game that warn the player, like, hey, you detect a lie, kind of removes the... It removes the... What's a good way to put it? It removes the mental requirement for the player to be in that moment thinking about that dialogue. You now don't need to think. You just need to click the buttons, and the game will tell you when something is good or bad for you. Yeah, it ruins the immersion. Like, if I want the player to be immersed in a dialogue, I need to not gamify that dialogue. It just needs to be, you say something, character says something back. And it's up to you to determine if you've just potentially pissed them off, done something that changes their fate, or you've given them a potion that is going to have some negative effects. Maybe that farmer that you like and that you trust comes to you asking for a poison to kill some rats in his basement. You're like, oh yeah, of course, yeah, it makes sense. He's a farmer, he doesn't want them eating his grain or, causing some disease. Makes sense. But then after you give it to me, remember, well, he's also not said the very nicest things about his wife. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Shit. Is he gonna go kill his wife with that poison that I just gave him? And you know, that's life. That's life as an alchemist. You are there to make potions. And sometimes you don't know what's gonna happen when you make those potions. I don't know, maybe players will like this, I don't know. I'm taking a pretty big risk here of saying that it's possible players will like that gamification because that allows them to save scum. I don't know. Alchemist dilemma. I can say this, I will support save scumming. If that's the way you want to play, go for it. If you're somebody who prefers to live by your decisions, then that is what it is. Use saves. I don't know, loading save states is not too much of a challenge in Unreal. Just depends on what you save. Effects. We still have this issue though. We're getting into some great conversations, but I still don't know what I want to do here. If you dry, if you cut, if you grind. Let me make some space here. I want for these six ways of processing to at least affect all of these ingredients once. What I mean is that there shouldn't be an effect here that doesn't get modified in some way if the player processes an ingredient. I'm going to break them up into their sections. Distilling. And these will change flavors, but flavors I think are a bit easier. Or they're not as critical as effects. So of course, fermenting something is going to change its flavor quite heavily, or grinding up, distilling it. Effects are kind of the more crucial thing, since that is the primary way that the player interacts with the world, and flavors more have to do with the NPCs only. Raw is healthier, but if you cut it, it loses some potential juice and it reduces it further. Yeah, so you can only process an ingredient once. The reason is that, you know, where do we draw the line, right? If you, okay, you cut up the apple, but then you want to distill it, but then you ferment that distillation. It's like, well, now we have one apple, one ingredient, which can be changed into like 100 different ways. And that would be impossible to balance properly. Just be way too much design work on that. But yes, it is like that. So if you cut it, I want a what's the word? Predictable. Thank you. I want it to be predictable that if I do this, it's probably going to result in this outcome. So like if I ferment something, it's probably going to increase the potency of poisons. And I still think that's pretty good, or increase the potency of damaging effects. That makes sense to me. And so that covers these four. Risk potential poison or make a wine. Ground could be a splash damage. So I was thinking, NaNoWriMus, that is something that I was thinking of. Do we want to change the, like in Minecraft, where if you add redstone, it increases the length of a potion, or if you add gunpowder, it makes it a splash, a potion that you can throw. I might steer clear of that, only because we allow the player to throw all potions, and I think that we have tiers of effects, which we can then use to increase the radius or the duration of that effect, for instance. So like higher tiers of Concussive Blast increase the radius and or the damage. So we can handle that, but through tiers of effects. I like the idea of cooking something kind of makes it safe or better. If you can cook a piece of raw meat that you get from like a monster, that probably does have a better effect at removing maybe some of the toxins or making it healthier to eat, so that like here we increase the potency of healing and stamina effects, and maybe we reduce the effect of non-neutral utility effects like weakness, paralyze, frenzy, silence, fear, calm. Yeah, in that way that it like removes bacteria, or that it makes it healthier to eat, we can remove the effects like these ones. That would probably be something you wouldn't want to include on a potion that is meant to be boosting your health or stamina in some way. And reduces effect of non-neutral utility effects. If we could have one that was kind of opposite, the increases potency of damaging effects and non-neutral utility effects, but reduces potency of healing effects. I think this is going towards sandbox kind of gameplay. Yes, it's supposed to be a sandbox, but in a less hardcore way. Still could not do anything by itself, but instead could increase the effect of the next ingredient you put in. I get what you're trying to do with that, NaNoWriMus. The issue is that with the ingredients, you can remove them at any time. So I could take a distilled desert blue flower, I could put it in there and then remove that. Increase purity, well, it will change the flavor in some way. Damage what? Hold on a sec. Oh, I forgot to put tiers on that. It's a bug. It just says damage mana and damage mana regen, but doesn't have the tiers. Oh yeah, because I forgot to put the tiers in there. Oops. That's gonna be replaced anyway by the overhaul. But yeah, so you can put it in any order that you want. I think that performing these processing actions will change their flavor quite a bit too. So of course, distilling something is going to increase that flavor. Fermenting it's going to hurt some of the sweeter notes or the savory notes. It's going to make it maybe a bit, yeah, kind of gross. But cooking it would probably do the opposite. You know, you can bring out some of that sweetness or the savoriness, but it hurts the like the bitterness of something. And sometimes you may want to make a potion that is very as neutral as possible, right? Like poisons, for instance, you might want to make a poison that is very neutral in taste because it's meant to be put into a drink subtly. And if it's easy to taste, then it could, you know, give away that there's a poison in there. So flavor will be a part of this, and I think it will determine whether or not you want to use an ingredient that is really bitter. Maybe you want to find a way to get the same effect from an ingredient that isn't as bitter, that is more neutral in taste. Ignore that. We were talking about mini games earlier and how I didn't want to put a mini game for like processing ingredients where, you know, you drag the meat across the grill until it's perfectly cooked and take it off before it burns. Because while it's really fun to do the first 20 times, then it gets really tedious and annoying. Don't open up Spotify. So fermenting increases the potency of damaging effects and non-neutral utility effects. So concussive blast, immolation, poison, chill, it's going to make stronger if you ferment it. And then, you know, weakness, paralyze, frenzy, silence, fear, and calm, also stronger. However, it's going to have a reduced potency of healing and let's say stamina effects. Or of healing, yeah, I will just start with healing and stamina effects. Of experience, you can give option to skip the mini games. The problem is that I had with that Incredible, and you can tell me what you guys think, is that if you are putting something in the game that is tedious, and then having the player skip that tedium, you're also then going to remove immersion from the game just to solve the fact that something was tedious in the first place. And then it might be better long term if you don't have any of that tedium in the game. That way you can retain immersion without hurting the experience of the alchemy minigame as a whole. Because like automation or something, or skipping the immersive aspects, it is nice, but I think it has a negative long-term effect that you're removing the immersion. I mean, I could be wrong. I guess, you know, we'll see what players think, right? We'll implement it like this, and we'll say, hey, players, do you like this? And it's like, well, I prefer to have a mini game or something. It's like, okay, let's make a quick mini game. Let's prototype it. Players, what do you think of this? Oh, we like it. Do you like it if we ask you to do it 200 times? Well, maybe not. We could punish playtesters. We could say, okay, do this 10 times. Oh, that was pretty fun. Do it 100 more times. Let me leave. Drying. Increases potency of essence effects and neutral utility effects. Reduces potency of because we have 6 ways to process an ingredient, it could be interesting if we have 6 ways to process, and we have 6 groups of effects. So we could say that every way of changing an ingredient should boost a couple of these and hurt everybody should boost at least, or everybody should boost 1 to 2 areas of these effects and hurt 1 to 2 areas of these effects. That way, if you're trying to make this combination ingredient of, well, I want it to restore health, which is a main stat boost, and also provide a strength boost. Well, I may be doing something that, like, cooking it increases the potency of healing. Great. But now it hurts non-neutral. I don't know. Maybe that's a good way to think about the balance of this. Also, making potions is immersive enough, and I guess there's no need for minigames. There's that incredible, but there's also gameplay percentages to keep in mind. So if we also have talking to NPCs, right, and they're pretty in-depth with the dialogue system, and exploring the world, by putting more work into making potions, we are now making the player spend more time in the alchemy, which is removing the amount of time they spend in the open world and talking to NPCs. And in some cases that may be okay, but we need to balance of how much time do we want the player to actually be spending in alchemy, and how much do we want the player to spend in the open world or talking to NPCs. So I can make a really in-depth alchemy system, no problem, easy to do. How many viewer games are actually on your list? Like, I don't know, 4 or 5. I haven't really gathered or asked for people to do it. First I have to find a day, and then I'll have to like build up that list, and we'll just take a full 7 to 8 hour stream and just play your games. And depending on how many we have to play, we can determine how much time we should spend on each one. It's already a good chunk. Yeah, that should be enough time. I mean, we can always make 2 days out of it too. Yeah, gameplay percentages are something that I want to keep in mind, because it's very easy to force the player to spend too much time doing one thing. Let's see. Increases potency of essence effects and neutral utility effects, but reduces potency of damaging effects and cures. Let's say cutting increases potency of neutral utility effects, but reduces potency of main stat effects. I think there's an easier way to write this too. So I can do essence effects neutral utility effects damaging effects cures. That's much more readable, especially at a glance. Oops. Damaging effects, non-neutral utility like debuffs, I guess you could say. Although calm is in there too. More like status. More like I don't know. Maybe this categorization is wrong. We can fix that later though. More of a balancing issue. If you're making a prototype, it does not have to be balanced. Yeah, that's a lot more readable. So I think we have enough that we have two things that boost neutral utility effects. Which is more than enough. One thing that positively affects healing. Nothing that boosts cures. So maybe distilling can boost cures. Curing effects. And usually if you want a curing effect on a potion, you probably want like a main, you probably want one of those neutral utilities or a main stats. So maybe we could say, but it hurts. Healing effects. Or does that just kind of sound weird? Like you can boost the ability for a ingredient to cure, but it has worse ability to heal. Maybe that's one of those things that sounds better for balance, but worse for design. To me, it kind of does. What's the difference between fermenting and distilling? Well, fermenting is like aging it, right? Distilling is extracting that that essence. Distilling, don't think of distill here as like distilling alcohol. Like it doesn't really have to do with alcohol in this case. I was assuming they're basically the same thing. What distilling was. Separate mixture of purified liquids. That distilling for me was to like boil it, to remove water vapor, so that you end up with a more a stronger mixture. Am I crazy about that? Yeah, like you boil it to remove the vapor, and then it goes to a separate, and then you leave the. I mean, maybe I'm using the wrong word. We can always change the word. much easier to get the information from ChatGPT. Like making sauce for pasta. Yeah, is that the... What is the difference between distilling and fermenting? But it's not for making alcoholic beverages. I need it for like the chemical, like the chemical difference. Distillation is a physical process where already fermented liquid is heated and the alcohol is separated from the water. Fermenting is about sugar is converted into alcohol. But you can ferment things that don't result in alcohol, right? What about as an alchemical chemical action? Yeah, they take on broader meanings. Fermentation. Seen as a spiritual transformative process mirroring the natural fermentation in making alcohol. Alchemists believe that fermentation was symbolic of purification. That's interesting. Often involve the idea of decay or putrefaction. Okay, I can understand how the idea of decay or putrefaction could be seen as purification. That's an interesting way to put it. Can you do a really cocky, like about the length style of Minecraft? What? I don't even know how to think about that, Nano Rasmus. Do a really length and style of a Minecraft villager, but in a voice of a really cocky man. Reword that for me. Distillation was a crucial method for purifying substances and separating the pure from the impure, associated with refining and elevating materials to the more perfect or spiritual form. Yeah, separating components of a liquid mixture based on their different boiling points. And it was used for extracting essential oils, refining alcohol, and purifying chemical substances. Okay. It's really interesting to see that they saw fermentation as renewal. But I like that kind of. Interesting, I like that. Can't you ferment things that don't result in alcohol? They might always result in alcohol. Fermentation is a broad biochemical process where microorganisms break down organic substances such as sugars into simpler compounds, and alcohol production is just one possible outcome. Oh yeah, okay, so lactic acid fermentation, like with yogurt, sauerkraut. So that's what I thought, because like sauerkraut is fermented cabbage, but that doesn't result in alcohol. Vinegar production, kombucha, cheese, of course, yep. So yeah, because I also was thinking the other day, I'm like, wait, we have fermentation and distillation, which are both processes that we use nowadays to make beer and alcohol, but in our game, that's not really what you're making. Interesting. Acetic acid fermentation actually involves the conversion of ethanol into acetic acid. Interesting. Which I guess is why... Oh yeah, because it requires oxygen. So that's why you can have bad batches of alcohol that then taste like vinegar, is because bacteria has gotten in there and has started the acetic acid fermentation process. Fermented, yeah, so kombucha is fermented tea that undergoes a dual fermentation process, first producing ethanol and then converting it to acetic acid, giving kombucha its slight tang and effervescence. That's pretty cool, I didn't know that. Cool stuff. Cool science. So would it make sense that distillation would improve curing effects? If we gamify it a bit, right? Sure. Do I want it to hurt healing effects, though? You know what? I think I'll have grinding hurting healing effects. Distillation can negatively affect something else. Working on adding some voices to my game. Basically, whenever a text box pops up with a character saying something, a random one of that character's voice clips, but it won't be words. Okay, so kind of like JRPGs do it, right? Where they voice act some of the lines, but others are just a sound that makes sense for that line. My friends fit the voice I'm looking for a specific character, so I want to know if he could do the voice, and if he could, I would want to ask if he would be up for making 2 to 3 variations I can use in game. And you want to do like a Minecraft villager, like, like those kinds of voices. I can make a lot of voices. I'm a little embarrassed by doing them on stream, although I should do them because people like voices. I'm really good at mimicking like effects of like household items and like construction. For some reason, I can't really do like people impersonations or make, I think, good sounds for other things and characters, although I can do a pretty good Gollum voice. But if you have like your washing machine making an interesting sound, give me a little bit of alcohol and I will recreate the sounds of your washing machine. Probably not what you want for your game. Good for parties though. Here's rain effects. We do have one for essence. Maybe distilling hurts the essence. The length and general sound of one, but the actual voice should sound really cocky and full of himself. The introductory scene to the tutorial. The character itself is the organizer of a different revolution that fails dramatically right before the actual game starts. I'm glad you thought of me to play a character for some sort of revolution that fails dramatically. It's almost like you're wanting to say something about my desire to make a ethical game company. I'm just teasing you. No, I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you, don't worry. Cocky voice. I mean, maybe. I'll try to record some stuff and send you the Audacity files. The waves. I don't know how to master, so I don't know if I can master them super well, but if they're good, let me know, and if you want me to do anything back, I can do it. I can give you like 5 to 10 variants of that. Revolution that fails dramatic. The thing is, I don't like to be seen as revolutionary, but under all circumstances and definitions, for me and my outlook in the gaming industry, I am a revolutionary. I feel like changing it by my actions and not by like holding up a sign that says, yeah, working conditions and breast milk stealing is unfair. We're like, no, I'll just make a company that does the things the way that I want it to be done. Can I send you some existing clips? Yeah, send it to me on Discord. And then I can try to do something similar to that. Or like some like lines of text that I can then look at and kind of like parse what kind of sound would be good for that. Yes, Mr. Director, sir. Healing. 1+ to healing. 2 minuses. Cutting hurts all main stats. 1+ and minus to stamina. 2 pluses and a minus to essence. That's okay. 2 pluses to neutral utility. 1+ to non-neutral. But also to damaging effects. Plus and minus to cures. We don't have any minus to neutral utility. We have 2 pluses. Put it here. Because we have to think like, okay, if it, you know, the neutral utility effects is a pretty large section of this. It's a lot of effects. Like, okay, if I just need an essence effect, maybe distilled could work, but if I want essence and neutral utility, distilling it probably isn't great. But it would be good, I could dry the ingredient and that would give me both. If I don't care about essence, I can go with maybe even cutting it. But then that's gonna hurt. That's a good thing. What are your thoughts on residuals for dev teams? So like, splitting up like, I don't know, 5% of the revenue between all developers? Is that what you mean? I think that it's great if it's a great incentive, right? So like, hey, make the best game you can and you'll get a lot. Thinking more like 15%. Well, you know, any amount works, right? It depends on the size of the team and the amount of money you expect to make. The issue is that I think more likely than not, developers will prefer a stable job and better salary than the bonus. So it comes down to more of a question of, can you afford to split up revenue or not? And you shouldn't promise residuals if you can't afford to do it. And I think that that's a difficult thing to know before your game is made and before it hits the market, before you see those numbers. So an idea, I love it. I think that some companies can do it pretty safely. But until you see those numbers, you don't know if you're going to need that 15% to keep the lights on. With a 75K minimum wage. I don't know how to visualize that minimum wage. I don't know how to compare it. Like, is that good? Is that bad where you live? That US dollars? The more projects you've been in, the more residuals you would have. Helps with turnover. Helps with turnover. I think if you have high turnover rate at your company, and higher than normal, right? Because there is always some expectation for turnover rate. You have developers that see you as a stepping stone company, which might just be the way that things are and you can't change that. Or people don't want to work for your company anymore, in which case there might be some underlying issue. I think that it's not a solution to turnover rate. It should be an incentive to make a better game and to care about your product. But I also think that you should probably be hiring people that think that way. I don't know. It's a tough topic. It's a tough topic with a lot of like nuances to it. Like, will it help with turnover? Maybe. But people who want to leave, I don't think will be incentivized. People who want to leave, not because of the money, will not stay because you offer more money. And in which case, then it's not less a question of how much you're paying them, it's a question of what you're offering them on a like personal level. Like, are you maybe not providing them with room to grow and they want to grow more? Is your production schedule really demanding and they want more, better work-life balance? In which case, more money is not going to solve that. And then it's like residuals are great if you can afford to do that. And can you afford to do that? Because maybe that 15% can pay for another couple people to work on the game, which could then improve the production schedule of the game itself, which gives everybody more free time, which helps their, work-life balance. It's like, I don't know. I think it's something that would help with turnover, but that's usually the goal of the job hoppers anyway. Yeah, I guess the broader question is, you don't want your company to be a stepping stone company. You want it to be a destination company. You want your company to be the one that people look at and say, I want to work there for the rest of my career. And I think that that's maybe that the residuals are one way to help that, but I think there are other ways to assist with that too. And I can't give you any, I can give you my thoughts on how to prevent that or how to ensure that your company's a destination company. I don't know if I can give you any, here's how it worked for me, because I haven't had that work for me yet. I've worked for destination companies, honestly, and I had a lot of fun at them. I think the last place I worked, like Far From Home, was a destination company. And what I saw there was that they hired people with the same level of passion and the same goals in the industry, and then made sure that they provided that. Whereas pay was okay at the company, but it was not a driving factor in why people stayed or left. Let's put it that way. I'd have a core team that does not want to leave than a fresh team that needs to be retrained. I agree. But I think that your core team then is not going to be worrying about residuals and about amount of money that they're being paid necessarily. More important to them will be like work-life balance and what kinds of games you're trying to make and what kind of team you're trying to build. The fresher faces, I mean, it depends on how you're hiring, right? I don't know if you can always avoid... I don't know what the average turnover rate is in the game dev industry. Average company turnover. I think it's like 12% or something, less than 20. Average is about 13. 22.6. Holy shit, dude. Our industry is so cooked. Oh, fuck. 22.6%. That's wild. I think you have to ask yourself, what are the kinds of people you want to hire? Are they the ones that are like leaving BioWare and Bungie and Blizzard to form their own smaller teams that can be more focused? And if so, what are those people looking for? And what are those people creating in their companies that they're trying to have long term, right? Because those people that leave those companies, those experts, they just kill grad. Live in SEA and we're an outsource hub. Our studios have like 80% turnover. Fuck. That's wild. That is absolutely wild. I don't know if I can understand your situation well enough to provide any sort of advice or ideas. And I'm not going to try to act like I know your problem better than you. I know only here in Poland that I try to look at like what is the driving factor? What's the reason I left other companies to start my own? And it wasn't because of money. It was because of what the company offered. And long term, I want to make sure that my company is offering, you know, transparency, trust, learning opportunities, and benefits that make it a better way to live. A better place to work, a better way to live. I guess I'm trying to solve a problem I don't even have yet. No, I mean, I think that thinking about that is good. I know that when I talk to my colleagues about starting up the company, I wanted to create a destination company. I didn't want to be a place where you apply as like a junior or mid-level and your goal was to then go work at some bigger AAA company. I don't mind if people want to do that, of course, but I don't want to be that company. Official request for bigger channel point redemptions. I have a 3k channel points and I'd love to have some worthwhile redemptions. You're not asking for prices increased. Oh, so what you're saying is I should increase the price of all the alerts. I don't know what kind of redemptions I could do though. If you have ideas for redemptions, shout them out. I don't know what kinds I could do. That wouldn't be super distracting to me for working. For games, you know, it's one thing, but I don't know. I know there was one that I may make it so that you can redeem to get a copy of Cauldron Chronicles when it releases. Like, I don't know, 1,000,000 points or something, and I'll just send you a code to the game. I think that could be kind of fun for, you know, to reward the long-term viewers. And then I can see bots farming my channel to get copies and then sell. Well, you know, we'll put another safeguard on there or something. I don't know what I could do to prevent that, but we'll do something. Maybe you have to have like subbed for at least 1 month or something. I don't know. I don't know. I'll think about it. But if you have ideas of something I can do, let me know. I also need a few years to farm that anyway, probably. I don't want to do anything that encourages botting on my channel. I don't like that. The numbers we get on this channel are going to be clean. You'd make your money back through ads. Don't encourage it. Don't make it sound like something that's good for me. Essence, 2 pluses and a minus. Main stats, we have 1 minus. These hurt main stats. Stamina 1 plus, healing. 50k for VIP. Yeah, but like what does VIP get you? Like it doesn't do anything on my channel. I don't run any ads or anything. 5k for 10 minutes focus, no distractions or chat. But I like the distractions or chat. No ads? Yeah, but I don't run any ads. Because I fucking hate ads. Ads suck. That's in my opinion, the one way to kill a channel is to run ads. I'll never run bullshit ads in this channel. Global cooldown of 60 minutes to still have a stream sometimes. Oh no. It would work better if I was like a variety streamer, if I had ways to interact with chat. Or the stream. I was playing some game and you could, I don't know, apply some filter or something. It's hard for game dev, you know? I don't know what to do on here. Control A and delete whatever you're looking at the moment. No, there's pre-roll ads. I'm just saying I don't run anything extra than that. I would turn off pre-rolls if I could, to be honest. I would, you know, if I had the ability to have an income like Asmon, I would do what Asmon does and just not become affiliate. And that way you would never get ads. VIP. I wonder how many VIP slots I have though. Where's my VIPs? Oop, that's not the button. It would be like roles manager. I can see my VIPs. I don't know. I don't know. I know there's some way to see the number of VIP slots you have left, but I kind of forget. I'll think about it. If you guys get some other ideas, just put them down, and you know we can add whatever makes sense. Just know that I don't like to be distracted too much from like my work, and I understand that that's sometimes interesting to watch, but I'm here to make a game, and so you know doing something that's super disruptive to that is kind of antithetical to the goal. Neutral. We have more than enough that we cover neutral. I mean, maybe damaging. But then that's similar to fermenting. If grinding it increases damaging and hurts healing and stamina, or hurts healing and essence, that's pretty similar to this one, just without the buff to non-neutral utility effects. In which case, in most cases, grinding it is worse than fermenting it, because of the similarities. But maybe we could move it. Searing and damaging, but hurts neutral utility and essence effects. Essence effects minus the healing effects. Two plus, two minus, one plus, one minus, one plus, two minus is two, 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 one. Okay, I think that's a relatively okay start for these. I think another mistake we made in the original ingredients is that we were very, very keen on giving a lot of ingredients 3 to 4 effects right off the bat. And I think it's okay for us to say, you know what? Sometimes it's okay if an ingredient is just shit. If it's not really great for alchemy. You know, it has restore stamina 1. That's it. And you can do some shit with it, but not much. That seems good. Let's think about flavor before you even apply effects. Let's think about flavor and how changing state is going to affect flavor. But first we need to get rid of sweetness, bitterness, and sourness. We can still have those, but I want to have at least 5 flavors, at most 7. And I don't know which flavors to use. All I know is I want to use a radar graph to showcase this, because I think it's better than the current bullshit we have right now. And this is a radar graph, for example. Would probably be something like this. But I don't want to go too overboard with flavors. I think that it would be very easy to go overboard and make this more complex than it needs to be. So if we can think of, they're like soft drink machines. Explain what you mean, Serene. And while you're doing that, I'm gonna go quickly hit the bathroom. Yeah, explain what you mean. I'm gonna go hit the bathroom real quick. BRB. Hi. How you doing, just Gordon? Give me ink clap. Typical. I'm gonna be talking about flavors. So remember, we're kind of having different mixtures of ingredients, needed different flavors of potions. Yes, exactly. Why not have the flavors as separate ingredients? The flavors as separate ingredients. There might be some cases like that. So like with honey, right, which is very sweet. So there's sometimes you can get a very, very strong flavor, but I'm questioning what flavors we want. And I want to have a maximum of 7, ideal of 5. Right now we have 3, and I think that they don't encompass nearly enough of the flavors of naturally found ingredients. We have sweetness, bitterness, and sourness. And I think that all 3 of these work, but they're not encompassing. You know, where's like the earthiness, right? For some of the plants or roots or something. Where's the savoriness for meat, right? Yeah, and then as you combine those in the cauldron, you make the potion with it. Is that referring to stuff like cherry? No, more stuff like yeah, like the raw flavors of something like you know, cherry would be pretty. Aren't there like sweet cherries and tart berries? What in-game impact does this shit have? Nice. So sometimes you may have NPCs asking for a specific flavor, or they might be asking for a lack of flavor in the case of like poisons that they want to use more subtly, discreetly. It's just a little bit of an additional thing that you would want to look out for that can impact score, but doesn't impact score nearly as much as the effects do. But I don't know what flavors we want. Sweetness. We'll just write like anything down that you think might be useful, and then we'll try to trim it up. Earthiness. Savoriness. Savoriness with a Y or an I? Is there a word for that? Savoriness. With an I. It's the umami. Savoriness is with an I. 5 basic tastes. There are actually 5 basic tastes. Sweetness, sourness, saltiness, bitterness, and umami. Well, that seems like a pretty good place to start, wouldn't it? So we did have sweetness, bitterness, and sourness. We just didn't have saltiness or the umami. We tasted in soy sauce, meat, dashi, consomme? Interesting. Oh, like, it's like broth. Yeah, it's broth. Magic-related flavors? I don't know, like, at a certain point, we could have too many flavors, right? It shouldn't be a core part of the game, but just a additional thing that you might sometimes need to try and can achieve. Now, we could do tags. So in our game, we do have the tag system. Which we don't really use for anything. We don't have to use it for something, but we could. And we have tags down here, like tagged with flour, right? Because that's kind of just what I gave it right now. Mushroom. We could use those for something. The 5 basic tastes. What would a mushroom, like where would earthiness fall on the taste then? Earthy. I see this in saltiness. Let me see. Where does earthiness fall within the 5 basic tastes? More of a flavor or aroma quality rather than a basic taste. Well, what's the difference between a flavor quality than a basic taste? What's the difference? Often comes from certain organic compounds found in foods like root vegetables, mushrooms, and some wines. It might overlap with umami, which is savory. The thing is, if we have a lot of, we're gonna have a lot of like roots and stuff that comes from the ground, right? Because that is our game. Maybe we do the 5 basic tastes plus earthiness. Sweetness, bitterness, sourness, earthiness, savoriness, saltiness. A lot of nesses. I think I would just do, we would just call them like salty, savory, earthy, sour, sour, bitter, sweet. Sweet, bitter, sour, earthy, savory, salty. That doubles our current number of flavors. And probably, in my opinion, covers a good number of likely outcomes of our potion. Unless you guys can think of something, maybe like acidic. But that's sourness. Yeah, that. Ignore that. Duh. Would anyone be interested in playing with flavors as opposed to just jamming ingredients in? More like, you know, sometimes an NPC might say, hey, can you make this potion for me? Also, if possible, can it be sweet? And there might be some simpler ingredients that you can include that will help to increase the sweetness without negatively affecting the effects on the potion. So you're inflating your dialogues. Yes. Pungency has, or hotness. Oh, so like spiciness. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna include spiciness. Give me a spicy potion. Interesting. Taste confusion matrix is a method in which many compounds are tested at the same time. It is a study of human taste perception. Characterizes the quality of taste with identification patterns of some 10 stimuli which are analyzed. Interesting. Yeah. Maybe flavor should affect the reward if there are rewards. It does. It does. It's factored into the scoring system for potions behind the scenes. We will never show the scoring system to the players. You will never know the outcome of your potion until you see or hear about the outcome of your potion. But we need to, of course, determine which outcome to choose behind the scenes, so we do use a scoring system to determine that. And if the NPC wanted a flavor and you didn't provide it, that will negatively impact the score. Okay, this is cool, but not really relevant to us at the moment. We need to keep it simple. And I think that these 6 are simple to understand. Sweet, bitter, sour, earthy, savory, salty. I think that would cover... We could easily make sure that that covers the ingredients in our game. I could do spicy. I mean, we could do 7. Just might not be able to feel the spicy. I just don't know how many things with spiciness would we have. It would really only apply to peppers or, you know, fantasy ingredients that we include that might have some spiciness. But do we want 7? Do we want 7 or do we want 6? You like the odd numbers. How would the odd numbers look, though, on a radar graph? Because a hexagon is pretty damn nice, it's got to be said. I mean, the pentagon looks fine, too. So 5 is fine, 6 is fine, 7... 7's a little awkward. That's 7. I just don't know what we have with spiciness. I mean, I could see uses for spiciness. I just don't see how many things would have spiciness. It's almost like we would have to shove spiciness onto a lot of things that wouldn't really make sense of having it. I don't know. We're going to be doing... I mean, this is not for the vertical slice anyway, so... We can always determine if we need that later. We'll start with 6. If we want 7, we'll do it. Yeah, it's just... I think the rareness of that... Like, oh, let me make you a desert ingredient potion. I think salty, though, is going to be pretty rare, too. I mean, salty might be a basic taste, but the only real way to get saltiness on something is for it to be salty. And I don't know how much of that we would have. If traders coming in, they would come in. I mean, you'd have a greenhouse, too. You could always grow your own. I'm already kind of hesitant about salty, because I really don't know when we would have saltiness. Let me see. What naturally occurring ingredients, I spelled occurring wrong, oopsies, are salty? Ingredients and plants. Primarily attributed to minerals, yes, of course. Sea vegetables. Okay, sea vegetables. We'll definitely have water biomes. Edible minerals, sure, okay. Salty, okay, nuts and seeds. That makes sense. Succulent plants. Coastal regions and salt marshes. Okay, oh, okay, I take it back. I can see uses for having salt. That's more than I thought. But yeah, like coastal regions, lakes and sea, of course, seas because that's salt water, right? And I would like for the player's hut to be near a saltwater beach. I would like for saltwater. I would like for saltwater beach to be one of the explorable biomes. And we could do some minerals and stuff that could be harvested, like rock salt. Maybe it doesn't even have any effects, just is very salty. Okay. Spicy, I mean, spiciness would be kind of the same thing, right? I definitely could see a point for saltiness. Although I don't think I have anything in the prototype right now that I could give spiciness to. But I could still include it. I'd be down for it. I mean, I fucking love spicy stuff, so. The salt that lines beaches. If we think of all the different, categories of ingredients we have, we have flowers, roots, mushrooms, fruits, vegetables, grass, animal parts, herbs. I think this covers everything. Man, rocks because it's drying out from the ocean. It might be, yeah. We can always find some, creative ways to make certain ingredients, especially ones that you can get from different biomes. Although I think that we should try to make biomes unique enough with their own ingredients, especially with like flavor and sometimes effects, that the player can learn that, hey, there's this common ingredient in biome X that provides me with the effects or flavor that I often am looking for. And so it's reliability. And I think that's part of our core pillars, right? Yeah, it's part of like mechanically authentic. We allow the players to naturally understand rules of the world by mimicking many of the rules from our own world, seasons, weather, ingredient locations, but we know when and where to diverge for uniqueness. It's a fantasy world, we should play into that, but we shouldn't make it so different that the player is thrust into a world where they don't understand anything. We can do it. This is going to be quite a heavy change, though. Changing flavors. But we should do it. 3, 4, 5, 6. That way we will at least not mess up some of the stats we've already had, although we probably should just redo it all. Bite the bullet. Yeah, I probably should. Redo it. Fuck it all. Earthy, savory, salty, spicy. Of course, I'll have to reconfigure the structure for ingredients, which will mess up a lot. It'll mess up a lot. Everywhere where we have an ingredient info panel, for instance, will need to be reconfigured. Every calculation for ingredient flavor. It is what it is. It is a necessary thing to do. Although I will kind of miss our solution for the measurement bars there. Oh boy, a lot of work. We have a lot to fill in. And I probably won't start it today. I'd rather just... I don't know, something with me about like starting something and not finishing it the same day, it really bothers me. I don't know if any of you have that same problem. Like, you know, I could start this. Sure, I could get maybe down to here by the end of the day, because there's a lot of information to put here. Or, yeah, but the thing is, I won't even be able to finish all this tomorrow. I could implement the radar graph. And maybe at least overhaul the panels to support that. Although I think I named my branch... Oh no, I named it Ingredient Overhaul Effects and Flavor. So maybe I could do it. Stylized Canals, Stylized Environment Pack. $8. Pretty decent for $8. Where's my radar graph though? Oh, I spelled it wrong. Radar chart widget. Oh, I own it. I already purchased it. Okay. Saves me busting out the credit card, I guess. Why don't I see it? No, don't tell me it doesn't support the latest version. It's a UDS update. Oh, it's because I need to close this. Hold on. Gotta restart it. Seven flavors, though. 7 flavors is a lot. Well, in 2 hours, I think I can at least have... I don't even know. I mean, I can try to update the structure and at least have the widget placed inside of the flavor section. Just not showing anything yet. 100 megabytes? Okay, that's not too bad. I have to make sure to update the plugins repo. Update plugins repo. You know what? I'm going to just enable this. I'm not going to update the project today. I will instead update the GDD today with new things relating to the ingredients. Because I think this will be a whole... We're going to have to spend a whole day updating the plugin for the radar stuff. Plugins. Radar chart. Pending changes. Hey, Casper. I am, just so you know, a perfect time to join actually, I am updating the plugins. I've added the radar chart plugin for radar graphs. That'll be new for our flavor system. And apparently I made some changes to the narrative 3 overlay. I like radar. Yeah, it's a really cool. It's a really nice plugin. It was only 25 bucks, and it works really well. I was very pleasantly surprised in how nice it was. There we go. Where's our ingredient info panel? Advanced. Uncategorized. Where is radar? Radar chart. That's pretty cool. Oh, I just crashed the engine. Okay. Good start. Oh boy. Adding in plugins and crashing the engine more. A day in the life of an Unreal Engine developer. I just wanted to see what was going on with it. Give it like custom layouts. Icons. I don't see the icon. Maybe it only shows when you, when you're in-game. Oh, show icons. Okay, I see it now. Oh, and that's the icon color. Okay. Not the... Okay, I see. Show cuts. Okay. Divider count. Okay, I see. Pretty nice. Rulers for units. Yeah, this can work. This will work well. Can hide the last unit. Decimal points. Icon sizes. Can you make more labels? Like more sections? Yeah, I can add sections. Make copy and paste the stuff in there. Yeah, so I think for our flavor, this will be a nice replacement. There's also one that you can do. You can add like sliders on this too. They had a nice they had a nice demo map. Maybe we can find that again. Playable demo. Okay, they had some examples here of different things you could do with it, which look pretty cool. Some of them have effects when you hover over or click the labels themselves. They're also as 3D widgets. You can see like this here. Pretty cool. And you can change them during runtime, of course. So yeah, it's a pretty nice plugin for 25 bucks for radar graphs. Animations too for values, which are pretty cool, with different ease modes. And normalization. Good stuff. Good stuff. What do you imagine dungeon generation tools should work like? 18 FPS. I mean, I'm sure you can increase the FPS of that. It's just, do you need more than 18 FPS for animations of a radar graph? Do you need 60 FPS? Oh, your plugin direction. What do you mean, Casper? Do you mean like from a, what would I want as a designer in order to utilize your tool effectively? I have 2 or 3 games in mind and I'm doing it to fulfill their needs. I mean, we have tons of, I think, games that could utilize something like that. Tell me how, does it generate based on tiles? How does it generate? How do I feed it information on how to generate? So it doesn't work like Warframes, right? Where you connect up rooms and tiles. Yeah, this will work. I'm gonna mess with this another day because that's gonna require a lot of refactoring of our flavor and how we show it. Although flavor is thankfully one of the easier things to show. How do we handle flavors? Oh, build flavor. Yeah, we just passed the flavor. Bing, bang, boom, done. Easy game. Simple tool that during runtime you give it location of base node, then using connectors you can kick system to spawn new room. And now I'm using gameplay text to check if room is fulfilling connection requirements. So does it have a endpoint that it needs to reach? Like what are the limitations? How do you tell it when to stop? Number of rooms, length, some arbitrary value of like amount of gameplay time in those rooms. And apparently changed something in one narrative widget. Perfect. I'll spawn one room, but you will get event on it. It's being spawned, and you can spawn another room. Okay, so you could control it through some sort of like balance. Yeah. Management of room spawn is per game approach. If you want to use it for 2 to 3 game ideas that you know of, and I'm sure that there are ideas that I would use it for, we might want to make it more generic. Because I know for like a dungeon generator for me, I like Warframe's approach of connecting rooms and corridors to tiles. But that may be out of scope. Spawn a room and Collider. For the other game I want to make Haunted Mansion. You're having a hard time navigation. So almost like it's purposefully making the navigation challenging. And like maze-like or something to confuse you. If I change the U project, do I need to rebuild binaries? If that's been modified? I don't know. Let's fix up our GDD. That'll be a goal for today. Get the new flavor stuff into GDD. And effects. Alchemy system. Effects. Also ingredients. Yeah, we do need some info there. Harvested info widget, that'll have to be updated. Collecting states and processing. Affecting effects and flavor. That'll need to be updated too. Like being trapped in some haunted mansion, so vibe like shining. Oh, shining. Yeah. So what would be your proposition for room spawning manager? Do you have it so that a room can only have 2 connections? So like an exit and entrance, or can you have a room with multiple, like 5? And you could spawn things from those 5 points. So I would say for a manager, definitely having a maximum and minimum limits for connections. Now what is spawned? What do you mean? What I mean is that determining number of connections can contribute significantly to the feeling of like getting lost. Like if every room only has 2 connections except for the start and end point, obviously the level is entirely linear, right? Because there's always an entrance and an exit, so you can just kind of move through it. But the moment you make a room have 3 connections, then you start to increase that maze-like structure. But then you can determine, okay, if we have a node like that where we do have greater than 2 connections, we can then set a limit of the number of rooms and connections for it to spawn away from that to limit backtracking. I don't know if I'm getting too low level for you though. Maybe this is better. Yeah, it's like maybe we need to call and have a whiteboard. We need to draw. This seems like something that is very, very visual in explanation. Most ingredients can be processed during the state. We currently have the following states. Not all ingredients can be processed into each state, correct? It depends on the design of each ingredient. This process occurs on the processing station. Changing ingredients here will almost always change the effects and flavors of the ingredient in some way. We do not have information on how that works. I did name this section like this for the memes. I blame Twitch Chad. It's because I put affecting effects. Get out of here. Twitch. You memes. We sure plug in and talk about it after we make an Exit 8. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of possibilities we could do for a sort of like random generation like that, where being able to do it in editor and runtime would be great. There's a lot of possibilities to increase the scope and therefore increase our usage cases of it. But I'm not sure if we want to, or if you would want to. I mean, that's up to you. To invest so much time into making it cover all these scenarios. But it could be very useful. Dried, cut, ground, fermented, cooked, distilled. Dried, cut, ground, fermented, cooked, distilled. The normal state of ingredients is always the ingredient. There's always the state that the ingredient is harvested in. Naturally harvested in. If other states, or if the ingredient can be transformed, I don't use that word, can be, if the ingredient state can be changed when in the normal state. I'm trying to say that when it's in the normal state, if there are states you can change it into, it is always possible to do so. ingredients say can be changed, then when it is in this state, it is always possible. However, I think I should put that once a state has changed, it is not possible to reverse. I kind of say it here. This includes if you wanted to change it back to normal. This would not be possible. Obviously, the effects and flavor when in the normal state are considered the baseline. There's nothing to note. We won't even put that there. When drying an ingredient, the following changes are made to the ingredients' effects. Actually, it should not be. Should be there. You only want to put the comma at the end of the word if the normal version of the word ends with an S, or if you're indicating the plural like people's is, right? You wouldn't put people's comma S, you would put people's comma to indicate people's is. It's one confusing part of English that is very subtle. I think it's very easy to mess up, but if you did mess it up, I don't think you would confuse people. It's like, especially with like names, like James's dog, right? You wouldn't do James's dog, you would do James dog. And it's weird, but grammar. Yeah, you wouldn't do James's dog like this with an S after. It's because the name ends with S. Yeah, it's due to the S. It's due to the S. And especially if you say the new law will regulate people's bikes. Because you're talking about the plural here. It's it's weird, but yeah, it's like it wouldn't be. It looks weird, but it's grammar. But if you did make a mistake, if you said like people's bikes, I mean, I think most English speakers will look at it and say, well, it looks weird, but I get what you're saying, right? It would be people's bikes. Weird. How you doing, Kent? Let's see. Let's do. I'm gonna do a plus minus list here. Where's my custom list? Define new list style. This will be called plus minus. I'm going way too in depth for this, but it's fine. New bullet. a symbol. Yeah, but it can't be a multi-level because I'd have to do... Nah, you know what I should do? I should do this, but then just change the symbol. Yeah, define a new bullet. It's a really overkill. It's overkill, but it works. Essence effects. Neutral utility effects, but I don't ever define what essence and neutral utility effects are, so I'll need to make sure that I put that in the effects section. In which case I should probably have... Yeah, it's okay. I'll refactor some of the GDD stuff. But because this will be part of the same list... Fuck off. I mean, I could do a... I could do a multi-level list with the same exact indentation between levels. But I don't want to define a new... Let me see. Font. Or I need symbols. Hold on. The right way to do this is with a multi-level list. And just to define... Bullet second level will be... minus, but indentation. Can I not control the indentation? No, I should be able to. Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. Oh, don't. Shit, god damn it. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'll do pluses and minuses here, okay? You win word. I lose. Oh, don't do that. It's just not worth it for this one section. Okay, thank you for cutting the music right there. Yeah, video. Yeah, I'm not really sure if I like that. If I like that breakup of the effect types into like main stat, neutral utility, damage, non-neutral utility, and cures. Although it makes sense. AI avoidance. Continuing not to use behavior trees. I feel you though. There's a lot that I do in my work that just to avoid using something. Using an overlap. Please tell me this is just for prototyping. Okay. That's good at least. Then I won't complain. I have no right to complain about scuffed implementations for prototyping. You like AI games but can't do it at work. Don't worry, Casper, you'll have plenty to do with potion combat. You can have all your time making cool bosses and enemies. I promise. When mons move their destination together, they all move to the same point. Oh, and you kind of want to like move them within an acceptance radius. Yeah, this is where behavior trees would would help because there's an acceptance radius. Neutral. Wait. What is neutral utility effects and minus main stat effects? Nothing. Ground is +2 essence effects, -2 healing effects. There is only one plus effect on ground. And -2 curing effects. Fermented is +2 damaging effects. And non-neutral utility effects. Minus healing effects, minus stamina effects. Cooked is +2 healing. +2 stamina. This is a lot of work you're doing for that. Which it's kind of sad to say, but if you have the navigation system, they kind of do that automatically as nav actors. Well, you have a navigation system. So they shouldn't be like bumping into each other and spinning. They should have an acceptance radius that you give them. Although that would be in behavior tree. I think. Non-neutral utility effects. Not helping. I know, but it's like the one thing you want is right there for acceptance radius. That way, as long as they get within a certain radius, and even if they can't go further because of other agents in the way, they would just be like, yep, I made it. Damaging minus neutral utility effects minus essence effects. Alright, let me double check this. Dried is plus essence plus neutral utility minus damaging minus curing. Cut is plus neutral minus main stat. Ground is plus essence minus healing minus curing. Fermented, damaging, non-neutral, minus healing, minus stamina. Cooked is plus healing, plus stamina, minus non-neutral. Distilled is plus curing, plus damaging, minus neutral, and minus essence. Yeah, there is the avoidance system. We use that for parking panic, right? Why did all Unreal docs get delisted from Google search? Let's be honest, with Unreal documentation, even if you could find it on Google search, would it really tell you what you want? Yes. Okay, sometimes it is good. Other times you look up specifically this one variable and all it tells you is does the thing. Oh, the UE5 docs are good? Mass AI is new system. Yeah, they're new. Okay, in fairness, their new systems, they are documenting properly. Their old shit still is not documented very well. You're right. But we should talk about effects first, right? Collecting, discovering effects, types, states, and processing. But do we ever talk about effects? We do, but it's after this. Okay, so I'll put some info in affecting effects and flavor. For more information about the different effects and types, refer to the effects section. Refer to the effects section. And we'll have that link to Effectoronies. Yeah, ingredients in Cauldron Chronicles will not experience degradation under any circumstances. Ingredients respawn after designer controlled number of in-game hours. However, respawning also needs to respect an ingredient's acceptable seasons that it can grow. That sounds good. Send this document to me so I can fix it. How would you fix it? Effects are found in ingredients and potions that signify an effect that occurs when the aforementioned item is ingested or imbibed. Ingested, imbibed are the same thing. I think imbibed would be more proper here. Imbibed or thrown. Place the potions with magic scrolls. Then it becomes Magic Chronicles, not Cauldron Chronicles. And there are more than enough games with magic that the player does. Chaos Chronicles. Effects can be positive, neutral, or negative in nature. These help to visually distinguish effects from one another and to help the player understand whether or not something, like a potion, is generally considered good or bad, though that, of course, depends on different instances. Certain NPC commissions may request that there be no positive or negative effects, for instance, on a potion they receive. It still depends. I want to ensure that the design of effects is congruent with the nature of the gameplay so that we don't have instances of effects existing to service one singular niche purpose or no purpose at all. So you want to build interesting gameplay first and create effects that engage with those features. I don't think it's needed. Below is the latest list of effects in Cauldron Chronicles. And I think while we will have a list of effects, we need to then define how each effect P5 tries to be modular. Modularity isn't the end all be all. I think modularity for game development is an ideal, but that it can be a waste of time if you waste the time on modularity when it isn't important. That's my hot take. I think what I'll do is a list of effects and then define how each effect has an impact on the world. And then we'll need to define somewhere else statuses, which probably will come in the form of either in the combat section or I almost think it should be in the I don't know effects. Hold on. Effects. No, we can put statuses in combat section. I think people who focus too much on modularity end up not making games. They spend more time making a modular system that they use only 10% of the modularity for. That when they could have just made a game. Modular, don't get me wrong, modularity's nice, But like anything else, if you go overboard with modularity, you waste a lot of time that you could have just spent developing the game. The key is to know when to be modular. The optimizers. Yeah, and optimizing is good. Optimizing is good. Modularity is good. Spending 3 months to optimize 3 megabytes of RAM usage, not great. Spending 3 months to make something modular that you'll never use again, not great. I mean, sure, you can sell it as plug-in, sure. Finishing a game is better, I agree. I think there's a balance, right? If you just make all of your games one-off, like for instance, if you make simulator games, and you're like, okay, like vehicle simulators, let's say, you're gonna be in like trains, planes, automobiles, all that good shit. And you're like, okay, well, we're probably gonna have traffic systems in our games for cars. Like sometimes they might be on the side of the road, sometimes they might be part of the core gameplay. We should make a modular system. If you don't do that and you remake the system for every game that you make, you're spending more time long term, even if the first game you're making might have spent a little bit longer. You build your own tools out of other people's. I tend to build my own systems usually. Unless I know it would just be a waste of my time. Depend of licensing, that's true. I'll make an overview just to talk about how we want to split these up. I feel like if the effect list should be a whole separate section almost. Yeah, we shouldn't have an overview here. We'll do... categories section. I don't want to nest past 5 here, and I think I will have to nest past 5. I don't want to do that. Let me notepad this quickly. Effects. Overview. Categories. When imbibed. There might be cases where this differs. But then we're nesting like crazy here. We have already we're at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would prefer to only go 5 deep. You make cool task and behavior tree or EQs, you can sell them, that's true. Behavior trees are nice. Making your own dialogue system is nice too, but waste of time if you need to go really deep with it. I think narrative is nice. I'm glad that I bought narrative. Narrative can do what I need it to, and the visual editor is great. I would not be able to make our deep dialogue system without that visual editor, and I wouldn't want to waste time developing that myself. This is where a separate document for effects. This is one of the reasons why I don't like putting everything in the GDD, although I'm trying to do it this way for this game, just because sometimes it's more standard. Maybe I should make a separate document just for effects, where I can get more low level. I do not know. I could just switch the categories and I could make that the one indent over. That could work. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Casper. That's the way to use behavior tree, because behavior tree is it's very flexible in how you utilize it. And then you have all the behavior tree bonuses, which are pretty nice. And just use like a service, or use some decorators to handle what you need to do. I just know for me, my understanding of how to use behavior trees was not great until I learned how to use decorators and services. Once you learn those, it's like, it's crazy. Main stat effects. We can still do an overview here too. We don't have to jump right into effects. So we could have overview and then restore health, fortify health, or stamina. Oops, I had those backwards. Restore essence and then fortify essence. I'll take BT and implement state machine in them. Yeah. BT are excellent at design or visualization. Yeah, I agree with that. And AI debugging is pretty useful. Being able to use um, the comma key in debugger is really great. Which I didn't know about. And once I think you told me you were the one that told me about that, Cusper, and that was like, geez, this is so much easier for visualizing potential issues. I mean, if you have like utility AI, so if you still have something that you want to tick down within the actor itself, you can still do that and then just feed that info back to the behavior tree, which will give you, like you said, much better debugging tools. And then you could always put a service on the top node that can switch between those states based on, you know, those values. That's pretty easy to do. Okay, what are the other categories? Neutral utility, damage, non-neutral utility. I might do... main stat, damage and cures first. Damage effects. Curing effects. Decorators and services, because I fucking hated behavior tree and it was really difficult to understand. And then Kotzberg taught me about decorators and services. And all the things that I wanted to do in behavior tree but couldn't figure out how to do, those handled. Decorator that will check some utility value or run... Yeah, I was thinking like the decorators to check the utility value. And then you could enter different loops based on that. Trees are modular, yeah. And once you're in like the combat tree or something, you can do whatever you need to do. You can switch behavior trees at runtime, right? You could jump over to a different tree. Or am I crazy about that? You can't nest trees, if I remember correctly. Oh, you can nest trees. Okay, so yeah. Nice. All this talk makes me want to work on Nightmare Lake, Cuthbert. Can that be our side duo AI learning experiment? Is making those NPCs. Switching branches too early? If you have decorators, it shouldn't be switching branches unless it's setting some value. So like the decorators, you can while that tree is active, they'll check a value. and can use that to determine if it should exit the into a different branch. You can have like one top node that is switching, like, I don't know, an enum value or something of what mode you're in. Are you in combat mode, in idle mode, or whatever? Yeah. I think we have that too. I can show an example in Cauldron Chronicles. Because I think Cuthbert, our AI will exit out of being afraid if there's a beach ball. Because yeah, the ball. Because I wanted the ball to take priority. Interrupts idle run to be afraid. Yeah, yeah. Come on. Now, where did we put that? Which confusing folder do we have that in? Here it is. Oh, it's the NPC. That's the wrong one. Oopsies. Blueprints. We didn't put it in here. We put it in content. I think it was in content. Oh, it's in characters. Okay, yeah. Thank you. That's scared. This is the ball, and this has higher priority. And this will, as you can see here, it aborts lower priority nodes. So it means if any of these are active when we see the ball, we abort everything here and we run this instead. Otherwise, scared will abort everything lower than that. So if it is running on tick, my utility AI doesn't run on tick. It only recalculates if there's new information. You would want to probably run on tick. But you would still have to have some tick, right? Because there might be some information that you would want to update every, I don't know, 5 or 10 seconds. Which you could still do. You wouldn't have to have the updating of those, I don't know, like food level or, you know, whatever. You don't have to have that in here. That can just be fed back into here. You can set Blackboard values. Because every behavior tree has Blackboard values. And you can update these from other blueprints. And then it can determine, hey, those values have changed. Now I'm hungry, I need to go eat. So I will abort like the idle node and go run to eat. So yeah, all the information you're currently doing, all the calculations could still be hooked into Blackboard. That shouldn't be an issue. You like variable ball to bonk? I like it too. Yeah, you could still do the Blackboard, although I think if you have a Blackboard without a behavior tree, it wouldn't, I mean, that would just be the same thing as having instanced variables on that actor. Yeah, these decorators are what you want, and then you would have like a service. So like decorators determine how, you know, when should you enter this branch, and then a service can determine what should you run every tick while this branch is being run. I don't think we don't have any services here. We do have this EQS query. We don't have any services on the branches themselves. We do have services? Do we? Maybe just for decorators here. Less tick is more optimized. It's negligible depending on what you're running every tick. Oh, so this is, yeah, I was wondering why, because it was green. So I was like, well, this is technically a service, but it's a EQS service, okay. And that runs while we're moving. Otherwise, it doesn't run at all. Ticking is not bad if you need to tick. Move to is latent task. Yeah. That is a... Don't they recommend that we don't use move to anymore? Or no, we should use move to. You shouldn't use the move to node in blueprints. Because that one is... I think Epic has said that that one shouldn't be used anymore. Yeah, like calling the move to blueprint in blueprints themselves. Which is what I used to do before I knew about behavior trees and how to use them. Like, oops. Shouldn't use that. A lot of AI commands in BP that shouldn't be used there, yeah. They're very inefficient. Damaging effects. Concussive blast. Immolation. Poison. Yeah, it uses the task class as well to run tasks. You seem to have gone to great lengths to avoid using behavior trees. I think I do some similar things. I don't want to fuck around with this system. I'll find my own way around the wall. Overview. Or prototype, whatever works. Ear disease. Cuthbert, do you want to work on Nightmare Lake's NPCs with me in the background? And we can both learn some, we can make our super complex behavior trees. It's tempting, isn't it? It is tempting. Tree hugger. That's me. I use BT, Nightmare Lake. You don't want to use BT? You just want to take your opportunity to flex your own crazy ideas, which I appreciate. Use mass entity. Use a state tree. Okay. Water breathing. Probably would need to go with Hitman-like hybrid approach. What would we need? What would you need to know what we want to do for it? Maybe a high-level list of actions and reasons why the NPC would perform that action would be a good start. What are your thoughts on that? Design demo? That could work. Talent building and maybe combat loop. Yeah, even just basic, because if we can enter the combat loop, it doesn't really matter what the combat looks like. Well, maybe it does. Even just basic, like enemy does 1 damage, you do 2 damage. That way we know that the player is not going to die, it will just get low health. And then we can determine what we want to do with that. Druids. Sense. We just call it Druid Sense. Witcher Sense. Warmth. Can probably be the part where AI would swap from state tree into behavior tree. Oh, I like that. Yeah, I like that idea. Do you think that a list... Did I have that here? Or is that on my home computer? Desktop. Work. I made this summary a while back of just bullet points. Simple AI walking in world and complex. Turning on when you start looking at it. Oh, so it would keep. So your goal would be to keep a lot of the calculations simple until we need to jump into something more complex. That way we can have a larger number of entities being calculated. Okay, I see. That's how Hitman's doing it. I'd like to try it. I'd like to see if we can make, because most of Nightmare Lake doesn't need any sort of visuals to determine if the gameplay is fun, arguably. None of it. We just need that AI. And if we make the AI and it's fun to interact with, the rest of it comes down to balance in a lot of cases. So finish that plugin for level spawn. Yeah. If I don't know, I'll talk to her. I'll talk to her because maybe she wouldn't mind, but I can understand if she's too busy. She's doing AI for you. Well, we'll ask. We'll bring her into the Discord and see if she wants to partake in it as a little bit of a side project. I'll tell her the game idea. I'll send her the one sheet. She's on it? Oh yeah. Okay. I'll ask her first though before just assuming that she wants to help us make Nightmare Lake's AI. But I'm sure she'd probably be interested in the game idea. I don't think I've ever talked to her about Nightmare Lake though. But I could send her the one sheet. If it's still relevant, I don't know. Where's my one sheet? Porn studio janitor. That was an idea. Yeah, I could send her this. And we have a pitch deck for it. Even better. Only problem for most devs is non-competes are everywhere. They won't be in the US. For some reason, the US decided to get off its lazy ass and decide to do something good for workers. There's aim to do it too. I mean, that would be huge. But technically, if she isn't employed by us, and it's just a personal project. Work from 2026 is a lot of work changes. Oh. Well, we'll see. I'll still talk to her. Do we need to explain how, like, have an overview for restore health? Primary effect. And I think we could do... What was it? Effect on player, NPC world. Effect on player. I don't want to use NPC though. I want to use effect on creature, maybe. Creature monster. If you're in B2B, I assume you can't really have a non-compete. Yeah. That makes sense. There we go. A lot of sections to fill in. I can already see it next year when we have the first playable, ideally done. I just have this book printed out. Here's our GDD. You want to read it? Yeah, me neither. The joke is that nobody reads game design documents. But they're not really meant to be read like a book. They're like technical manuals. You only look something up when you need to know. And if you can't find that, then you need to go bother somebody's, you know, time who does know. Better than my murder board. I think all types of documentation are useful in some way. It's just, you need to communicate what the game or what this feature is supposed to be. And you know that at some point you or somebody else is going to forget or be new to the team and want to know. And do you want to spend your time explaining to them? No, not really. You want to be working. There's a lot of pages for effects. It is what it is. "73 pages, wonderful. Less of a GD, more of a visual representation in my brain. I know a lot of artists that work that way. And they don't understand how I can do what I do, and I don't understand how they can do what they do. And I think that's the magic of a team, right? They're like, this works for me to help visualize. I'm like, well, okay, that's pretty cool. Can't be bothered to even read that index. until you're like, how should this work? How does this thing work? Yeah, I mean, you're not supposed to read an entire GDD. It's more like, what happens when I dry an ingredient? Oh, okay, I can see. Although this needs to be expanded. The fuck does plus and minus mean? What does that mean? I think that what you have is first thing starts at page 1. That and like the organization. Yeah, and not having, I guess, yeah, having the starting area and having that flow of information. So obviously a producer will read this whole thing 100%. Once I get a producer, if they're a good producer, they will sit and read this entire fucking thing. And the same will happen with a publisher, right? The producer from the publisher side, because they're going to be spending the next multi-million dollars on this project, they're going to sit and read this entire fucking thing. So some people will read it all, and having the flow of information of, okay, this is our core game info, and now let me jump into the features, bit by bit by bit. And then, they can either play the game first, then read this, and they can start to understand exactly what's going on in my mind and why we're implementing things the way that we are. And section numbers help, because then they can say, okay, at this section number, I had this problem. I need some OCD person to translate my murder board into a GDD. That's what a game designer would do. They'd be like, okay, here's the right flow of information. Here's how it should be sectioned off. Not enough info on this. We need to put more info here, more low level. Or I can see that you're missing information on this, but you are the game designer. An experienced game designer. I don't want to say that you're not a game designer, but that, I guess, one with experience making documentation. You're more like you're a designer from like an art standpoint, right? Like I know I have some designer friends who were like level designers before, or level artists or something. They have that artistic brain, but everything from like the programming side, no. So it's like there's this funnel, art-based game designers, programming-based game designers, and then you have to learn how to document. And that just takes, I guess, it just takes experience. You just got to do it. Main stat effects. Why did I want an overview here? Oh, to describe what main stat effects are, of course. Main stat effects cover the core list of general stats that you'd find on most players or NPCs. These are health, stamina, essence, mana. We'll have a separate lore document explaining why mana is essence, but putting it here, it's a GDD. Just call it mana. You need an intern? I wouldn't trust an intern to make a GDD. Not a good one, at least. It's like, oh yeah, here, junior game designer, go make the GDD. It's a good experience. Think of it like a wiki. You know, you're just like turning. You can even start with like small sections. Like take a small part of your system or of your game that you know the systems of, and just wiki out that. You can even just, write some like bullet points down. I do that a lot. Where are some bullet points that I have? Score design. It's an okay one. I mean, I need a better one. Dialogue overhaul design. Oh yeah, see, this is a good one. We can ignore some of this though. Like take this, tell ChatGPT to summarize it, and then write a document outline. That's a good start, especially if you've never done it before. Then you'll have team members read it, have problems with it, and things that they don't understand. Then you'll go back and reiterate on it. Then they'll read it again, tell you if they still have problems. You'll do that a couple times, and then you'll have the design document for that system. I'm gonna get ChatGPT to try to understand my murder board. I mean, it can read pictures. I don't know how well it's gonna understand all your literal serial killer montage, I assume, of magazine clippings. I'm assuming that's what your murder board looks like, is like you were cutting out the eyes of women in magazines and then pasting them into a scrapbook. It's that kind of feeling. Or there was an Always Sunny episode. Oh yeah, it was this. Where they made these idea boards. And it was just hot ladies and, well, for Mac it was hot men. And like beer. You want to see it? Yeah, you can send it to me. Like their vision board. That's what I get the idea of when you mention it. Main stats can be restored and fortified. We can explain that further. I think that that's enough to write. That's you at every meeting? What it sounds like. The problem is, how do you onboard a new person with that? And that's usually where, especially like a publisher, how do you onboard a publisher? That's usually where a GDD will be 100% necessary to have for them. So that each of their teams can read the necessary bits. You guide them through it. I mean, if it works, it works. It may not be standard, but if it works, then it works. Who the fuck gives a shit about standards? This effect restores the health blocks of the entity if health is a statistic that is relevant to that entity. We will have to describe that further, probably in we'll have to have a section that describes how we handle health and like shields and all that shit. For now, I'll just refer to it. I don't know where we put that. A full effect, let me screen share in Discord. Make your GDD. I review GDDs too. In general. I don't even think I have any microphone. You wouldn't be able to hear anything. Right, share your screen. Well, you can hear me, but you wouldn't be able to hear me outside of that because I'm I can only connect via my work PC. This is your board. I can't hear you. Because this isn't connected to my... No, wouldn't it feedback? It should feedback to me. I don't know. Can I be able to hear you? I think so. Oh, I do. I have you deafened. There we go.
Oh, bro.
Yeah,
Test,
oopsies.
test. Okay, there we go.
It'll be delayed though.
Okay, so this is just what I was calculating this morning. This is my actual list of things that I cross off when, I get something done. So it's a long list. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we can see the other stuff. So, there's like, I was trying to figure out, okay, how complex do I want the evolutions? What should the structures be? Then I was like jumping around to like, a few concepts for creatures. Then I had like a list for what I want in the vertical slice.
This is so chaotic. This is so
Somewhere over
wild.
here, there's like the AI. Oh yeah, this is where I started going with the AI. Yeah. So if you looked at this for the first time, you wouldn't know where to start. But it basically starts all the way up here. There's always a crazy corner for me. This is where I was starting to think about the actual AI for like personalities and stuff. So this is where like there's an actual gameplay loop. I was thinking about resources.
You need a producer, dude. You need somebody to throw this all in like Trello or Jira or something.
But yeah. Yeah. So this entire thing, the idea is that it's just like an app, like a companion app for the MMO. And then this is the actual MMO. So, yeah. And that's just one of my projects, yeah. But that's the idea. Each of these are split up properly, so I know where things are. And the good thing about me building this in here is I can search for what I need.
Imagine
So
you go
if
on
I
vacation
need,
though.
I don't know, resources, for example.
How's your teammate gonna find out?
uh, by asking, I don't know. I don't take vacation, so I never think that far. I never think about that situation.
Oh boy. That's crazy. That's absolutely wild.
But yeah. But at least for this, I have at least one other person helping me. This project is a fully solo project. Yeah, I'm not gonna build this alone. I've given up on building this alone. This is the ghost game. I mostly got stuck at completing the level design. There's just too much shit.
I know somebody you could contact for level design. I got an LD friend that would be looking for some work.
I would appreciate that contact, like in the future. Because my plan right now is I want to get this mobile app as like a standalone game, and I want to. It should be easier to get this funded, and I want to spend all of the funds on just creating mons, because the idea of this is it's going to be the same gameplay loop of just taking care of creatures, so we just have to add creatures. So once we have like maybe 100 creatures, that should, allow people to play for a certain
Yeah,
amount of
yeah.
time before we need to add, more creatures or something like that. So this is technically a smaller scope because I don't need to, you know, make levels and make quests and
Just
stuff.
content.
So once that's done, then I'll probably try to finish this and get like an actual funding for this. Then I'll probably want to hire level designers for this. Because yeah, needing to make 5 more open world maps is, yeah, it's a bit much.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. This is crazy board though. It's absolutely wild.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah, I've gotten many reactions every time I zoom out. It's always when I zoom out.
Like
They'll be like, wait,
it's good to have, but I
there's
think
more?
you need like a producer and game designer to organize this, especially for other team members. Producer for
Yeah,
sure.
it would be good if I don't know. I don't know people who are producers. Like, yeah, I don't know where don't they usually start as like some kind of assistant or something? Where do you find, like, if you find like beginner game devs, they usually start as like programmers or they build something small. Where do you find producers?
They're there. I mean, I connect with a lot of them on like LinkedIn, but you'd probably be able to find some on some like Game Dev Network. I think the Game Dev Network Discord or something.
I mean,
Maybe.
if they're already on LinkedIn, then they're already a professional. I'm thinking like, someone that's closer to our level of like
I don't.
skull.
I mean, yeah, but I don't think any
Wait,
new student or something is gonna a university course dedicated for game producers. Yeah, you can get junior game producers, but how good a junior game producer is gonna be without somebody to learn from? That's a crapshoot. I don't know.
That's also true. That's a fair point. I've tried working with like university modelers. Yeah, dude. They quit the first time I give them feedback, bro.
Yeah. I never interacted with the game developments. Wait, what? You had a university course dedicated for game producers, but they never interacted with game development students. What? So what do they learn?
They should be working together.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, a good producer worth
Like,
their
I know art
salt can
universities
organize the
where,
shit out of this.
the artists and the animators work together for a final year project.
They should. I mean, if they want to learn game production, organizing all this into milestones and tasks would be something it's necessary. It's like, okay, how do we get to vertical slice? We need these features. How do we break these features down and organize them into sprints? We had projects where we had a dedicated producer that never met.
That we never met. It was great.
GG.
Who are you, Ron Swanson?
That's crazy. That sounds like the just most fantastic university where I would 100% want to hire the producers that come out of it. Oh well, thanks for showing me your murder boards though. These are crazy.
Yeah, anyway,
this is wild.
That's it. Yeah. I was half hoping that maybe if once you saw it, you'd be like, maybe you would have an idea on how I could work around with this, but I guess producers.
I mean, you have sections. You could just write them down. I mean, you have a lot of sections here that could be made into GDD sections,
True.
Evolutions, food, your gameplay loop, of course. And then you can even take screenshots of these and put them into the GDD and then expand on them, break them up into how do evolutions work? When do evolutions happen? How many evolutions are there maximum? Go lower level than you have here or something, or I don't know if you have that information, but just as an example. You can always have a designer,
Now that
go
I
through
think
it.
about it, if I can get like someone to take over what I'm currently doing, which is basically everything, I could probably do better as the full-time producer instead, and I can just focus on this. Because if I did this, nobody's gonna move the fucking actual project, the actual prototype. So
You could be the director slash producer, yeah. You know, you'd sit in there and just organize things, make sure people have tasks, make sure they understand what the tasks are, and let them create.
that's pretty much what's happening right now. I am giving people tasks. Like I if I just give them all of this, they wouldn't know what to do. They still wait for me to give them a task. So yeah.
And then, you know, find some designer who you can just work with and help to translate these into even something simple, you know, like Confluence is really great for this. You know, just putting in that wiki so that when somebody new joins or when somebody has a question, if you're busy doing something else, they can first reference that and see if the answer is in there.
Yeah, I need a proper lead developer, because the guy who's supposed to be the lead programmer is not functioning like a lead developer, so I am still the lead developer, even though he's the real programmer.
And you need some people that you can delegate to and make sure that at least the production is being handled well, and if there are any red flags that are appearing, you have time to work for them and find ways to fix them or prevent them.
Yeah, good idea. Yeah, good points. I guess it does look like the direction I will be working towards is to transition to full-time director slash producer instead. That's probably going to be the best use of my time.
Yeah, and it seems like you know what you want this game to be. You have that vision, and if you're spending too much time doing other things other than defining that vision and communicating it to the team, then ultimately their work is going to suffer, and they're going to feel like they don't understand what the game is supposed to be. So the more time you spend on conceptualizing that and communicating that, organizing that, documenting that, I think they'll be able to do their work a lot cleaner and will waste less of your time.
Yeah, I think the main issue is like there's not enough people yet, so I'm still the main workforce.
I know that feeling.
So yeah, just gotta build this up, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it, man. Good luck on your murder
Thanks,
boards.
man.
These are crazy.
I'll jump off and stop like taking your time.
No worries.
All right, thanks, man.
Talk to you later. God, what a bitch. I'm just kidding. Best producer I ever worked under has worked on games for years as a programmer. Yeah, for me, the best programmers that I've worked with, or the best producers I've worked with, were in some other. They were seniors in some other position first, like senior QA. And it's like, okay, well, QA has a lot of overlap. They have to deal with a lot of shit. They have to communicate with all the departments. They have to understand the core of what the game is trying to be. Otherwise, you can't write a bug if you don't know how the system is supposed to work, right? So that was great. Or have been game designers before. And again, you have a lot of that similar overlap between like a lead QA and a lead designer, where they have to understand the systems to their core and then interact with and understand the lingo of other departments. So for me, like lead QA, lead designers are some of the best to work with, although I can absolutely see that a lead programmer too, or being an experienced programmer, can help with that. You should write a GDD for your game. Ooh, they were fun and lengthy. Personally, I do prefer breaking up things into various documents rather than having all the high and low level in a GDD. But I'm going to do it this way and see what happens. Because I haven't ever done it this way. And I've seen people mention that this is a better way to do it. I kind of disagree, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong. When this effect is triggered on the player, this will And we should mention that it's instant. This effect is instant. Be the difference between saying this effect is instant and instantaneous. I guess instantaneous is the correct form here. And similarly, when this effect is triggered on a creature or monster, a lot of the effects will be pretty similar between the players and monsters. And if we end up where they're all the same, then I'll just condense that down and say like effect on entities. Like Obsidian, I'm wondering if anyone has a style for GDD in that. Oh, in the... Okay, I thought you were saying Obsidian Entertainment. In Obsidian. I don't really have a GDT template for that, but... A lot of your documentation when you're in the midst of writing that system will be... How can I put it? Like, the GDD is a good overview, but it's not the only document you'll need. You'll then say, okay, now we're implementing effects. And you might write some documentation just after that planning, or the people that are involved saying, okay, this also, you know, when an effect happens, it's makes this sound, it should appear on the screen in this way. You know, there's a reason why you can't write all your game design documentation before you make your game. It's just, it doesn't work that way. You'd have to have an incredible amount of foresight. And you just won't ever have that. So realistically, when you're like, okay, this is our sprint to add this system. Let's have a planning session. You talk about it as leads and with your producer on call maybe even, and you define what you need to start moving forward with the creation of that system. Like, okay, we need to do this thing and this thing and this thing. I'll start to write up the documentation for how it works. And then the producer can help work that into tasks for everybody and assign you those tasks. And then you determine, okay, how long is it going to take us to do this? What's the flow of these tasks? Which one is blocking somebody else? And then you, of course, you make the task, you send it over to QA, you test it, whatever the fuck you need to do. Good to go. So, you know, the GDD is your initial blueprint. I think that you can get lower level on a GDD, but you cannot or should not get extremely low level. You should save that for when it's time to actively make that system or plan it. And in that case, that's why I generally prefer making smaller documents as I go for systems that are lower level or documentation, and use that for plannings. Some of this stuff is kind of, I don't know. I don't think I would need to put it here. But it's not bad to have here. You know, a good example is you have your GDD, and that lists, you know, systems, system 1, feature, whatever the fuck, right? Then when it's time to create system 1, you take the high level documentation from the GDD and you make a system 1 doc. And then that has its overview, you know, its breakdown, like overview and purpose. What is it and why are we adding it? Maybe it's like an event system, so it handles random events that spawn. Like, okay, you know, you have events spawning, let's say. These might not be ordered right now, I'm just kind of writing it down. Event spawning, timing, UI, you know, how is that going to look? How is it going to sound? What happens when we spawn one? All the breakdowns to that, all that shit, right? Yeah, so it's like I kind of prefer it this way, where I mention the high level of the system in the GDD, and the GDD, in my opinion, should just be high level. And then we jump into lower level documentation that is specific when it comes time to make that. But that also, I think, requires good designers who understand that if you fuck up the high level, your low level's fucked up too. You can't just write high level as it's going to be cool because it'll do this and this and this. No, it's like you do need to think a little bit low level. And like how will this work? How is this going to look and feel? And is this going to cause a red flag for feature 2? And that's usually just where experience takes place. This GD self could be a simple page on Obsidian. One page, I don't know, it's like you could do a one pager. To me, that's a whole separate thing, like a one sheet. Which is what you probably should make first if you have a game idea. And then you build that out into the top section of the GDD, which is just going to be your game info. Gameplay outline, your loop, your pillars, selling points, moods, whatever the fuck you want to do, inspirations, and why you're inspired by these, your competition, why they're competing, technical game info, engine, rating. Where are my effects? So there's possibilities of me deleting some things and moving them over to separate documents if I feel like they need to be. I just hate that because I have to develop all this game too, that I don't have time to do everything that I need to do as a designer. I'd love to just sit on documents and fix them for a couple weeks. But I shouldn't do that. I need to be making the prototype. Oh, pages aren't the same in Obsidian. Is it more like OneNote? Is anyone else in the team? There are, but we need to be working on making the prototype. Not sitting on documentation, especially with the number of people we have right now. But I will not start vertical slice until we have the documentation. There's going to be a gap. Can't think about how that would look. When I think about a pitch, I see an infomercial in my head. How do I translate that to a GDD? Notion? I'm not a big fan of Notion. It's pricing. Kind of poo-poo. It's pricing and privacy issues. I mean, I don't mind Notion, but I think Notion is overused. How do you translate that? I think August, make the OneNote first, and then you could make a, like... I don't know, a lot of it I just do kind of... How would I recommend this? You just break your game into features. Breaking into features, you know, you have your core pillars. You know what's core to your game and what the gameplay loop is going to be like. So you can break each of those into sections, and then break those sections into mechanics, interactions that the player is going to have, and keep breaking things down until you have small sections that make sense. Markdown, but having canvas. Yeah, that's pretty big. That's one of the reasons why. I don't know. Notion's not bad. Notion is difficult to print for a publisher, so you will still need, in some cases, you will still need or want to have something that's printable easily. And Notion, for me, was not easily printable. And that's where Microsoft Word is still king in a lot of cases. Maybe Obsidian is better on that. You know, I just need time to look into that. But I know that for Word, a lot of publishers still like having documents with numbers and sections that they can show and look at and point to. know how I present in like speech or with a PowerPoint, but it's gonna be very infomercially. I don't know, August, maybe you know how like you have right brain people and left brain people? It may just be that translating this into like document or a spreadsheet is just not something that you are built to do. Like for me, I'm not built to do things from a visual standpoint. But I can do documents and spreadsheets. I don't know. You can, I guess you could train your brain, but it's going to be a lot of work. Sitting is really raw compared to Notion. That means there's nearly basic MD and 10 per 10 for PDF. Doesn't do much for the full doc layout. Like fighting the direction. Yeah, it's exactly. You're just working against the way that your brain thinks. But both are needed. I mean, both are needed. You need a mood board. You need these visual assistances for communicating to teams. But I think you need help. You need help from a designer who can kind of think from a programming perspective and break things down into those smaller bits. See you, Cusper. Talk to you later. Restore health. The thing is it worthwhile? Is it efficient for you to learn this? Even at the expense of you learning more about the things that you are natural at working at. That's really, do you want to be the master of none? You know, jack of all trades, master of none, or do you want to be that master of a few things and sacrifice learning more about the things that you're not very good at right now? I don't think most teams have a spot for people who are a jack of all trades. You can learn, you can expand your knowledge, but you still need to be a master of a few things. Put the words in a colored box. Like even indie teams, they will want you to have to be able to wear multiple hats, but they've hired you to wear one specific hat better than anybody else in the team. You know, you can be the designer, but they want you to be a very good designer who has additional bits of knowledge and experience doing other things. Unfortunately, every hat, primarily programming. I mean, it helps. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not good, it's just having those specializations. At least one primary and a lot of secondaries, yeah. And you should probably choose secondaries that make you better at your primary. So like for me, learning more about production, about biz dev, makes me way better of a game designer than most game designers who are going to apply for a job. Me knowing how to do some art stuff, I mean, it's great, me knowing how to model, but I promise you that if people are looking for a game designer, they're not really going to care that I can model. It's great to have, but it's not nearly as valuable as like production or biz dev. Astro health. I cheat with blueprints. Blueprints are still programming. And I think that learning blueprints can make you read raw code better. It's just, are you expected to write raw code at the company you're going to? If not, they'll be like, okay, that's good to have, you know, that makes you more valuable, but you're not expected to do this. And yeah, if you know the logic of blueprints, you're fine, I think. Especially as an artist or designer is primarily what I mean. And this effect is triggered in the world. A pool of rated for a short time that... Notice how I'm staying high level here. It's a little bit lower level than completely high level, but I'm not defining how big the pool is. how short the time is. Just know it's a pool of restore health that's created on the ground for a short time that restores health over time while entities are inside of it. Then I do want another section for as tiers increase. Do we have notes here about effect tiers? I don't think we do. I've had to juggle it with language, yeah, same. I don't really have any information on effect tiers. No, we do not. That is a problem. Most effects have tiers that indicate their general strength. Indicates the general strength of the effect being applied. Higher tiers indicate a more potent effect, while lower tiers indicate a less potent one. We could make a separate section for potion tiers specifically to indicate how they work and how they'll impact the world. I think we should do that. Tiers. I'll write that in later. We have to be very careful with avoiding adopting more hats. Avoid the pitfall of trying to do too much at once and spreading yourself so thin that you are ineffective at doing any one thing well enough. I've worked with people like that. They're terrible for teams. They never actually are able to do anything to the efficacy that is needed by the team. Sometimes, you don't have any leeway, especially if you're doing something for free, but just the warning. Nothing about it, that's the problem, it's knowing which one you need to wear. There's both. I think the amount can sometimes be the problem, like I just mentioned. If you're spread too thin, then you're definitely not going to be as effective as somebody who's dedicated their time to that. Right? Like with me, I'd love to spend 100% of my time dealing with the GDD and making sure that it's up to date with our prototype stuff that other people are working on. But I have to work on the prototype. That takes priority. And then take some time to balance that with GDD updating. As tiers increase, I know that when I was starting in game design, I had that, I guess, directorial ego where it's like, oh, we'll control everything, and I'll do everything, and that way it's perfect. It's like, nah, that doesn't work. That's a quick way to destroy a team, fuck a game up. An increase to tiers for restore health. The number of health blocks that are restored increases. Additionally, as tiers increase, the pool. Sorry. Pool that is created in the world gets larger and lasts longer. It's important that we have at least one of these filled out the way that we want it. That way the rest of it is just, okay, I know what I need to mimic, which is this. That just takes time. So that's something that we can do maybe tomorrow. I at least need to have this documented so I don't forget. A lot of busy work here. Welcome to GDDs. And we need to expand what effects mean. No, not here. It was in ingredient states. Define what plus and minus means specifically. A city involved for my D&D campaign and the graph that is created. Hopefully I can get some points of details like this for my GDD. Yeah, let me see. Okay, so you have an outline here. Yeah. And this is generally great for game design documentation like this. You like the mind map. See, I'm not a big fan of the mind maps. This is way too chaotic for me. Not saying that mind maps are bad, but I don't know. I don't know how this helps me in understanding something. This is way more, I don't know about you, but this is way more legible to me. But maybe it's just like a different brain ways of thinking. Yeah, I mean each one is a link, but this is better for me. But I've always been this way. I've always been the way that I have this way of my mind. When I look at making something, it's about, I just indent. But I know others that think this way too, and this is really useful for them. I'm glad that it's auto-generated because I wouldn't want to do that on my own. I don't know, it's crazy. I mean, it's important to think though, where because we can clearly identify here in chat on stream, some people think better this way, some people better this way. There's reason to create both. Like 5 months, I need to find out the player's character's father name. I can find it here. But you have players here, right? Players, find the name, and you probably have that info near the top of the list, right? Or top of the page. In some table or maybe or something, I don't know. Just like some wiki page, you would have that table of like relationships and stuff. But it illustrates how important it is that designers know how to present information in different ways because everybody finds it, different ways more efficient. So it's cool that this is auto-generated. But I'm gonna stick with this. What is a page look? Do you have a page that you can take a screenshot of? One that, I don't want you to like spoil your own universe and stuff, but I'm just curious kind of what your pages look like. Because I'm wondering how easy it is to print from this. I guess is my thing. Because I like working in Word. Word is really easy to print from, and publishers seem to like it. But I think that developers, it's a mixed bag, and it's hard to insert images in a pleasing, efficient way into Word documents for sure. Yeah, and that's because the markdown makes it a lot easier. Yeah. Have you tried printing this out? Oh, the map is fully interactable. That's pretty cool. Like integration. You can add pings. Man. I hate that publishers sometimes prefer documents that are better for them and worse for developers. Goddamn menace is what they are. And what I really like about Word is that you have the automatic numbering, which is way better because Google Docs doesn't do that. But Google Docs is really nice to collaborate in. And it's free. And Word is not free. I don't know. Everything has its pluses and minuses, I guess. Does LibreOffice do that? I don't know. All I know for sure is that the multi-level list in Word is really, really awesome setup. I set it up like this. And then I can just make a template document for that. And boom, we have a game design document template. Or like a one-sheet template, which I also have. I don't think I have it on here though. No, I must have it on here. But I mean, everything does templates, right? But I think that Word does templates better than even Google Docs. Google Doc templates are kind of annoying. Pluses and minuses. Do I want to go any deeper today? Nah. The rest of this is just busy work. Busy work that I hate doing on stream because I think it's boring. I don't mind doing it on my own though. But maybe I could take some days off and do this off stream. So I really don't think that that's necessary for people to watch. Oh look, I described how this effect works in the world. Right. Same probably with filling out the effects on ingredients. I might do that off stream. I don't know. I mean, if you guys want to sit here and have me on the other screen while I fill these out, I guess you guys, maybe you like that. I don't know. Really fucking boring for me, though, I would think. I guess it did change the U project file for the plugins that were used. Yeah, I do need to push that. Added in radar chart plugin. I like it because it's all part of the development process. Yeah. It's boring. I don't know. I don't care about the number of viewers I have. That never matters to me. Just filling out a GDD is definitely... I would say most things that are part of a game designer's job are really not interesting to watch. They're really not. Do you want to watch somebody balancing? Do you want to watch them writing documentation? Game design is a lot less interesting than you think it is as a kid. I don't know about you guys, but when I thought of I'm gonna be a game designer when I grow up, yeah, I get to think of game ideas and like I get to play games all day. That's gonna be fucking fun. Everybody's gonna look to me for what the game is supposed to be. It's just a bunch of clerical work. It's a bunch of busy work. That's probably when you get into the industry is not seeing what becomes of it. Yeah. Yep. I need to update this. We are a registered trademark. We got that sexy R to put in here. Boom. Should probably trademark the name of the game too, although publishers may want to change the name of the game depending on marketing strategy. So if you know you're gonna get a publisher, probably shouldn't trademark your game name. Although you could use that as leverage. We've already trademarked the game name. For me, it's a program I've never seen release code, so how am I expected to know what you want in an interview? I'd love to see release code. Yeah, there's a lot of that that's just hidden from players, and I also hate that. I really fucking hate that. So, you know, that's one of the reasons that I want to do some of the game design on stream here is to educate game designers who are new to game design what it looks like and what they need to think about. And also, you know, other experienced game designers can come in here and tell me things that maybe I need to fix in my game design document. Show me how you code, yeah. Oh god, yeah, I explained the whole potion scoring system here, which is just nasty. Like, explaining the potion scoring system in text is such a stupid way of doing it. But sometimes walking, you know, it's walking somebody through the math. If I could accompany this with a video too, that would be great. No one talks about it, but expect you to know it. Yeah, there's a lot of that. I think it makes being a junior very difficult because you want to absorb knowledge from the people around you that you assume know more than you, or I mean that do know more than you, and yet you don't know if the knowledge you're absorbing is the best way to do it or not. It's no day. When do you expect to get funding? Next year. Next year, late spring, early summer, I'll be doing pitches. If anybody made an offer, it would probably be signed in ideally by late summer. If I had to expect. Because, you know, you have to go through negotiations and talk to people and get that sorted out. Do I need to save any of this? No. Update plugins repo. I did that. Direct to publisher or Kickstarting first? Publisher first because we need to make the vertical slice, and I don't feel comfortable going to Kickstarter without a vertical slice. Because I need a demo, and I want the demo to represent the final product. Visually, our prototype will not represent the final product. Because they are asset packs. And I don't want to manipulate players. No, a carpenter who told me he hasn't retired because it's 86, Jesus Christ. No one does it like he does. I asked, have you trained anyone? And he said no, and then I asked, how do you expect people to do it like you then? Yeah. There's a lot of, I think, places like that are unfortunate cases of specialized knowledge that gets lost over time because nobody seems to want to learn it. Like like certain types of architecture, like Gothic architecture, chiseling stone and fixing it, handmade art like that, or building violins and cellos, like from scratch. That's crazy. You can make a crazy amount of money doing that, right? Making violins on a professional level for people in orchestras. You can make so much money doing that. But a lot of people just don't want to learn, or they don't want to teach people. I think there are people who want to learn, but people who refuse to teach. I think there are some cases like that. I don't know the number, but yeah. Okay. Ooh, look at that meat getting cooked. Yeah, I'll close that. Delete that. This is going to be one hell of a couple days, I think. 2 to 3 days we're going to need for filling out all of our new ingredient effects and flavors. God, I don't look forward to that. One of those necessary game design things that it's tedious. It's just tedious creative work. It's mentally draining. It doesn't require any skill. It's just sit there and think. Sit there and think for 3 fucking days. That's what you would give to a junior designer and say, hey, do this. Do this mind-numbing thing for me. Actually, I would be a little wary to give juniors such an important task for balance, though. I don't know. It's one of those things that it's tedious, but you shouldn't. What's the word? You shouldn't sleep on how important it is to get correct. What I mean. Yeah. Filling out strings is one thing, but doing balancing work. It is a casual game, so it doesn't have to be like beautifully balanced and perfectly, but yeah. Entire balance of your game on someone who hasn't seen a game design doc. I mean, if you hire a junior, it's not like they would be completely inept. But also, they wouldn't. If you didn't give them specific goals of what it should look like and how it should feel, that's a lot of things that. Those are aspects that require you to have experience. Like, create this feeling through numbers. If I hire a junior and they don't read the game design document, they're getting fired very, very quickly. I could trust a senior designer to kind of flip through it and understand it. But I know too that if I hire a senior designer, there's no way they wouldn't read the GDD to some extent. I was becoming a junior again. I'd happily become a junior game designer. I don't know. I don't know for me. I don't know. You don't get paid. It is the Bible. It is the Bible. But I think experienced designers can learn more from playing through your demo, your prototype, or your demo, than they'll get from the GDD. They'll reference the GDD when they want to understand why you're doing something and what specifically it's supposed to look like. But I think that if I was being hired as a senior designer, or if I was being hired to consult, the first thing I would do is say, just let me play your game. Let me play it, and then, send me the GDD so I can reference it if I need it, but I don't have any professional designer experience, which I would be happy to take on that role with the downgrade. Having some professional design experience is quite useful, and it's hard to get. We're just chatting at this point. I'm done with my work for today. We have a lot of work to do tomorrow, but for today I'm done. I can chat for another 10 minutes or so, then I'll go home. Eat a pizza. What do you do for work? You're looking at it. I'm a game developer. Primarily designer. Pizza's good. It is good. Yummy, yummy. I could do one Tim Kaine reaction, but I'm kind of just tired today. I'm bonked out from design work. Mentally draining. How do you financially support this? With my bank account. And it trickles downwards until this becomes financially not viable. She's stable in terms of cash. It's not heavily needed. It's better now. Back when we were renting our older apartment, and that was costing a lot in Krakow. You know, it's a very expensive city. It wasn't good. It was definitely going to hit a bad point. But now we've moved to the new apartment that is owned by my soon-to-be mother-in-law, and she doesn't charge us rent. So cash flow is stable, but this will get to a point where if we can't receive funding and support from a publisher, I gotta go find a job. Like, it's just simple as that. I gotta put Cauldron Chronicles or Microraptor on hold and go work for a company for the unknown amount of time. Yeah, I think we can make some waves for this, and you know, even if we make a good prototype, a good first playable, we have a good GDD, we have all the documents, we have a pitch deck, we have the budget, it's all there. It's not going anywhere. You know, as long as nobody steals the idea and does it before us, we can always sit on it. And I can go make some money, hey huge cookie, and you know, we can just keep pitching it in the background. And when publishers feel more capable of supporting projects than right now, which I promise you they will learn soon that they're fucking up by not supporting projects. They will learn soon that in the next 2 to 3 years, they're going to have almost no projects to publish, and their cash flow is going to be negative, heavily negative. That maybe they should have been a bit more risky during the post-COVID layoff and challenging period, right? They will learn soon. But I worry that they might get a bit antsy. If I had the money, I'd be supporting as many indies as I could. Same. Yeah. I think this is the perfect time. They need to be supporting it. They need to be taking risks. And by being hesitant, they're going to be fucking up their cash flow in 2 to 3 years. And they're going to realize that and start getting desperate. And that's, you know, hopefully where we can be and say, hey, look, you're getting desperate. Well, all these other developers are coming to you with a bare bones prototype and some shitty documentation. Meanwhile, we've been developing this highly polished first playable for you. Here's our budget. Here's our GDD. We're ready to go. You know, give us the money. We're ready to go. That's what I'm hoping for. And the better Cauldron Chronicles looks, the better it plays, the higher chance we have of getting that. Yeah, they're in the state era for, yeah, they are. And it's fine. Like, some games don't need to be highly polished or look great visually. That's just money. That's just hiring artists. You know the direction of the art style? Yeah, it'll be stylized. Stylized, cartoonish. Ideally, I'd like to go with a bit more... I don't know. I'm not the art director. But I know that we're kind of going with that vibrant, simple... Shopkeep, a bit not mobile-esque, which I think Shopkeep sometimes is. I'm always bad. You know, mood boards are better for me, and I think that in our GDD we have some pretty good examples from a stylistic standpoint. but it needs to be worked on. The reason why I don't put it in here yet is just because we have the prototype, and the prototype is generally some of that visual inspiration. I think that Tellier and Genshin are both pretty good ways to move in for us. But I'm more concerned about the character art style than the world art style. I think that you can have many different ranges of character designs that fit in this world. But that I think that the character design is more important than or more important to have first. But I could be wrong on that. I don't hate the GI style, but I would never play that game directly. Because of the art style, because of the mechanics. Scotch game? Yeah, it is. I do think that a lot of the open world design is really good for Genshin, but trying to get good pulls on characters, it costs money. You're not going to do it free to play. I really like Genshin for certain things, and I really hate it for other things. It's a game that, if it didn't have such egregious monetization methods for getting good characters that you pretty much need to get ahead and upgrade materials, it would be really, really enjoyable. If it were a pay to if it were like a premium game, like $40 to $60, and you didn't have that bullshit, I'd be all over it. I would be all over it. It's got a huge world. It's got some fantastic bosses. The combat system is enjoyable. I generally like the characters, and I like what they're doing. I think the world design is fantastic. It's a game that rewards discovery and has a lot to discover and a lot to do. And then at every point, you feel like you're being held back by the amount of upgrade materials and characters you can get. At every point. It's really a fun game until you hit that wall and you realize that you need to spend money to really make a dent. It's very well designed. It's very well designed. And it's fun. It's fun. The combat is fun. It's simple, but it's very easy to get into, and has a lot of combinations for different characters and the effects. I do like Genshin Impact, at least when I played it, and man, it's a shame. So yeah, I think that the world style is generally what we'd like. I like that I think the open world, it's a much larger world than we want, but that I enjoy the verticality to it, a lot of the hidden secrets, and the vistas. The open vistas in Genshin Impact are very beautiful. They're remind me a lot of like From Software games. You do have some really cool biomes too. I think that there are some really beautiful biomes in here. Kind of reminds me of WoW in some ways too. You haven't played any From Software game. Man, if you're looking for good world design, From Software is exactly the game to play. Yeah, it's just like, this is a great vista. Yeah, this is a fantastic little vista. Oh, just busy too often? Yeah, that's understandable. This one too. Great biomes. Great world art. Very pretty. And Elden Ring has a lot of those too. One of the most classic is your first entrance into Liurnia of the Lakes. I mean, look at that. From a game design standpoint, it's like you have... The player knows exactly where they need to go. And they have tons of little things to distract them and pull them out from that. Little unique waypoints that they can see right here, standing right here, and then the larger, this is where I need to go. Like castle, discover, ruins, ruins, tower. And you have that pathway. Really great game. But I could talk for hours about the world and level design of Elden Ring and why it's a masterclass. Every single screenshot and image just has this level of grandeur and epicness. Beautiful game. I think another good game with that focused on the micro level was Ghost of Tsushima. Had a really beautiful screenshot tools, and this also had some great vistas. Wow, thanks for the tiny PNG, you bitch. Beep, 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 line by line. It's 4K though. Pretty big image. Beautiful game. Very vibrant colors too. I think the vibrancy is a good benchmark for our game's intended vibrancy. You hated Red Dead Redemption 2. Why'd you hate it? I think it's one of the best designed games in the last decade. One of the few 11 out of 10 games that exists, in my opinion. It's just not fun. Are you not a fan of like immersive sims or anything? And it doesn't play. It's an immersive sim. Like, it's different than Red Dead Redemption 1. Yeah, see, Red Dead Redemption 1 is an arcade game. It's an action arcade game. Red Dead 2 is a action immersive sim. And when I first started Red Dead 2, I got 2 hours in, and I didn't understand the pacing. I didn't understand why it was so slow and difficult to get into. And then I started to realize, oh, it's an immersive sim. It's very different from Red Dead 1. You need to play this like a sandbox immersive sim. And I think if you can successfully adapt, because not everybody can, but if you can successfully adapt to its pacing, it is 11 out of 10 game design. If you can't, or if it isn't your style, you're probably not going to like it. Which is, just individual. Barely got into chapter 2. Where does chapter 2 start? Because I think, chapter 1... Okay, so right into Valentine. See, I think chapter 1 is really fucking slow-paced. And it's on rails, right? It's very linear. I think if you can get into Valentine and you can get into the open world, you'll start to, you'll find all the collectibles, treasure maps, the hunting system, the side missions that you don't realize are side missions. I know, I'm not going to tell you that you're right or wrong for hating a game or something or not liking it, but if you like simulation games, you like immersive sims, this is probably one of the best ones you can ever play. And it's gamified in a beautiful way. The amount of consistency for quality and attention to detail is... There's no game like it. And it makes me think that GTA 6 will hopefully be just as good. Hey, I3. Hello from Ukraine. Well, hello from Poland. We're neighbors. Although I'm not Polish. And yeah, we're playing some just Witcher 3 music. I don't worry about GTA 6 personally after playing Red Dead 2. If they can continue this trend of making really in-depth immersive sims. And if they have the same attention to detail, the animations, the set pieces, it'll be great. But I can definitely agree with you on the, at least with Red Dead 1 is not like Red Dead 2, and I went into Red Dead 2 thinking it was going to play like Red Dead 1, and it was very, very different. I still like Red Dead 1. I love Red Dead 1, and it was probably one of my favorite games ever made. But it plays, it's just a completely different game. One is definitely action arcade, and the other is immersive sim action game. Emphasis on the immersive sim. I'd love to play it again sometime. If we ever get the time to do it. Although I know for... soon we'll be playing Starfield Shattered Space. I have to install that on here. So I'm curious about that DLC. And then I'll play Dragon Age Veilguard next, and we can see how... I don't know, I'm actually thinking that the combat system in Dragon Age Veilguard won't be that bad. I think that it's not Dragon Age. It's not the Dragon Age I love, which was the real-time pausable combat. Very strategic. But I'll see how I like it. Alright guys, I gotta get off. I gotta get going home. We will continue to write our GDD sections and fill out the our Excel spreadsheet tomorrow. A lot of busy work, so I can understand if it's not really going to be your thing to watch. Don't worry, we'll get back to doing stuff in Engine sooner rather than later, but right now I need to do this so that our combat designer and programmer can work and do what they need to do to free me up. So guys, I will see you tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for all the love that we've had here, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.